Institute, Global Development Incubator, along with Pimpri-Chinchwad Municipal Corporation and Pune Municipal Corporation, welcomes you to the 5th annual GOYN convening. We are thrilled to share a glimpse of our rich Indian culture with all of you. So yesterday, we began our day with a traditional lamp lighting ceremony known as Deep Prajwalan, symbolizing the light of knowledge and positivity. As you entered the auditorium, you may have noticed an impressive structure called a killa. For those who haven't seen it yet, I encourage you to visit the entrance where you will be able to take a closer look.
You know, Chaitanya, when I was a kid, I used to do theatre, okay? And I did my first theatre on Tanaji Malusare, who was called the right hand of Shivaji Maharaj. In one of the battles which was fought for a killa and was led by Tanaji, he unfortunately died on the battleground but made sure that Shivaji gets his fort back. Shivaji Maharaj was so upset and extremely sad by the death of his beloved Tanaji that he said, and I quote, "Gad ala, pan majha sinha gela," which literally translates to, I won the killa, but I lost my tiger. Y'all might be wondering what a killa is now, right? The killa is a traditional model fort often built during Diwali in Maharashtra to celebrate the valor and history of the Maratha Empire, especially the legacy of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. These miniature forts are crafted with great detail, symbolizing the pride, strength, and resilience of our heritage. Each killa reflects the architectural brilliance of ancient forts, reminding us of the rich history and cultural spirit of Maharashtra. So that's the history of Killa, and we welcome all of you to have a glimpse of it at the entrance.
Thank you so much, Purva. So today, we'll start our auspicious program on an auspicious note. We'll begin with Ganesh Vandana, a tribute to Lord Ganesha, known as the remover of obstacles and the giver of wisdom. So it is believed that invoking his blessings brings good fortune, wisdom, and success. Today, we have a special performance by Siddhi, accompanied by the talented youth from Lighthouse Communities Foundation, singing live. Please join me in welcoming them. A huge round of applause, please.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि प्रजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि प्रजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने सुखाय गानन्दाय गानोत्तमनसे भूताय भूतैवताय साहिने विक्रमाय श्रीहप्रवराय कृष्णगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलत्रेत्रे गुरुधर्मसधाराय गुरुरुद्रपरित्रात्रे गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतपुत्राय धीमहि गुरुपाय गन्धमार्गाय बोधयन्ताय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि धीमहि
गणपति गणेश गणपति था दुख करता दुख हरता विघ्न हरण तारण करता गणपति गणेश था गणेश था गणेश था
गन्धगीताय गन्धकेयाय गन्धान्तरात्मने गीताय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे गीताय गायकवराय गन्धर्वविकृते गायकाधीरविग्रहाय गङ्गाधरनयवते गौरीशनन्दनाय गौरीशनन्दनाय गौरवायुसुताय गौरीगणेश्वराय गुणाधीशाय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय सत्यपुत्राय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
Well, that was a really amazing performance. I would like to introduce Siddhi to you, our very own Siddhi, who's an amazing classical dancer, a Kathak dancer. She has won international and national awards. And she has choreographed not just this performance, but also the amazing performance that you saw yesterday. Krishna, our student, has composed the thank you, has composed this song that we saw. They were amazing. Thank you so much, guys. So yesterday was filled with emotions, and I think I did mention it a couple of times yesterday only. But as a youth, I always try to hold on to the spaces where I feel happy, where I feel belonged, a space where I can rediscover my passion of working with people and especially young people. And this right here is that space. We set the stage for the convening yesterday, and we are set to begin the convening today. I met Ruchi while preparing for this convening, and everyone was just so excited and was telling me about Ruchi, and I was just wondering, who is Ruchi? I was like, okay, cool, someone named Ruchi is here. I remember her being more excited than us for this event. I got to know that she is the co-founder and the vice chair of Lighthouse Communities Foundation, like now, like a week ago. I think when we speak, when you see her speak, you will see the radiant energy that she carries with her, and she will pass it on to all of us. So with this, I would like to invite Ruchi Mathur on stage to introduce the anchor partners and speak a little bit about herself. Before that, we would like to show you the highlights of yesterday.
Hello, hello. 17th January 2019, a red letter day in the history of Lighthouse Communities Foundation. This is the day that 7 people from different corners of the world, 4 of whom are in the room today, Anu, Alice, Jamie, Sarah. They came to our Lighthouse, and subsequently, we became part of the Global Opportunity Youth Network. What a gift it has been. For those of you in the audience who are not so familiar with what this network is, you will hear more about it as the day progresses. But in one line, it's a network of young people, young leaders, and organizations working collectively to solve the problem of youth unemployment at scale. That is, youth from low income communities. We are very proud to belong to this network. Why did it become a red letter day? It changed our trajectory. We started thinking more holistically. It sharpened our approach, our strategy, our data driven decisions, and it led to innovation. It, in fact, shifted our horizon because it put us squarely as part of a global network and gave us the agency to think that we know a little bit more about livelihoods, what is happening in that space across the world. So thank you for this. You call us an anchor partner, but you have helped to anchor us in a global ecosystem that we wouldn't have got an exposure to otherwise. Cut forward to 17th November 2024, yesterday, this video that you saw, another red letter day. You know, this entire last 1 year that we've known that we are going to have the utter privilege of co-hosting this convening, we have dreamt, we have imagined, we have hoped, we have aspired to have a few hundreds of our alumni, the youth alumni, come together as a part of this convening. And it's very ambitious. If I look at another institution, I think it's one of the oldest institutions in India, right here in Pune. It's a college, Ferguson College. And if one were to do a concerted effort to have a reunion, they must be having close to 1 million alumni. It's more than a century old. We would be lucky. I'm one of the alumni of this college. We would be lucky to have a few hundred people meet. Now, who goes to a reunion, right? Yesterday, 3,000 young people showed up. They came from every corner of the city. There were 80 buses that traversed the length and breadth of Pimpri Chinchwad and Pune Municipal Corporations to bring them to the stadium, and that's how they came. What did they come for? I mean, many of them are working. It was very difficult for them to take out this time. They took 12 hours out on a Sunday. You know, their one free day to come. So I want to start this day with a sense of deep gratitude for the commitment that these young people have to the purpose of helping other young people like themselves discover their agency and walk the path of full potential. Thank you. I believe that some of it also had to do with a sense of belonging and community that young people have to each other and to, you know, the network as a whole, as well as to Lighthouse Communities Foundation. And that brings me to the theme of today afternoon in particular, which is on belonging, and of this conference in general, which is finding one's pathway to full potential. This is something that Lighthouse Communities Foundation deeply believes in, that every individual has a path to their own full potential. And in order to get to that path, one must discover their agency, have a space of belonging, and a sense of purpose. So we are really delighted to be welcoming John A. Powell this afternoon to talk on the theme of othering and belonging. He leads the Othering and Belonging Institute in UC Berkeley. I myself am happy and proud to feel a sense of belonging and community with this network, as well as Lighthouse Communities Foundation, our organization. Thank you for opening these doors. Well, this brings me to hosting this convening. Because we have received so much from the network, it really is a delight to be hosting this convening. On a lighter note, I could say that, you know, they say there's no such thing as a free lunch. And I will add to it, there is no such thing as a free trip. I really enjoyed the convenings in Bogota and in Mombasa. And this year, here we are hosting it ourselves. And yes, there have been anxious moments, but more than anything else, there has been a sense of excitement and purpose in putting this together. At the same time, also a sense of vulnerability. We have not held these kind of large format events before. And so I ask for your understanding and togetherness. If there are any things that need to be changed, do tell us. And I hope we are able to respond with grace. So welcome everyone to the formal kickoff of the convening. In this room today, we have delegates from 12 countries, 9 anchor partners. There are skilling organizations who are partners of this network. There are employer organizations, donor partners, other supporters in so many different ways. And most importantly, the young people who are the raison d'etre for where we are today. I would especially want to call out Bogota and Mombasa for the absolutely stellar convenings that you put together, the supremely gracious hosts that you were, and being able to show the way for us this year. And lastly, want to thank Pimpri Chinchwad Municipal Corporation in particular. Thank you for these amazing spaces, this Gadima Auditorium. So the Honorable Commissioner, Shri Shekhar Singh, he's the one who suggested this space, made this space happen. And same goes for Balewadi Stadium as well. Those of you who were there yesterday, what an amazing space that was. And apart from these spaces, sir, thank you for your relentless relentless pursuit of this mission of agency and sustained livelihoods. So welcome everyone, and cheers to today, the rest of the convening. Hope it's a day and a week of fun, connections, learning, and a reinforcement of why we are here, the values of courage, inclusion, empathy, and integrity. Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank Shreyas from Dombivili team and also our communications team for this wonderful video that they have shown right now. Not just they, both of them, also the youth, opportunity youth who have come from all across the globe and made that day yesterday very, very special. Thank you so much, everyone.
Well, I hope you all are set, well rested, and ready for this long and oh so exciting day. Do you want to know what I'm excited about?
Yeah,
Well,
of course, I want to know.
well, I want to know first what is going to happen today.
So, today we have a series of panel discussion, starting with a panel discussion on building livelihood pathways to an exciting future, followed by 2 more panel discussion on the topic innovations and opportunities in the Indian economic landscape and opportunity pathways for youth and by youth. And we also have breakout sessions, advancing social change through youth innovation and leadership, the power of open source, building a stronger future together, promoting youth financial inclusion.
We have dance performances by OV from Transforming Rural India, Head Held High, and by GOYN Bhubaneswar.
Yes, our opportunity youth from TRA and also Geo and Bhubaneswar will be performing here today.
Well, with this,
I feel like I forget something.
no. We are not forgetting anything, but I am just extremely nervous, but super excited for this. And this excitement, I don't think my words are able to contain. But we have Mr. John Powell as a keynote speaker who will deliver a thought-provoking session on othering and belonging, a conversation you would not want to miss. Plus, a big shout out to our amazing volunteers who are here to assist you throughout the day.
Are you excited? I think you should at least, what we learned from Punekar youth yesterday.
Not everyone was there. You should tell them again.
Yeah. So, Purva,
So,
will you
okay.
explain?
Yeah. So in Pune, how many people are from Pune here? That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one.
We
that's
want
the one.
everyone to join us at least once.
No. So before that, so whenever Pune people are excited, we do ew. Ew. It's not EWW, it is EUU. It's ew. So when I ask, are you all excited? You respond with, are you all excited? Are you all excited? Should be louder. Are you all excited? That's the
Thank
spirit.
you. Thank you, everyone. So now, Alice Gugelev is a managing director of GDI US and the CEO of GDI Africa. Alice is an ardent believer in the power of collective action. therefore works with various stakeholders across international borders towards global systemic change. Alice is driven by a remarkable sense of purpose that drives her to create a social impact through innovation and social entrepreneurship. Alice's work is truly inspiring, and it is a pleasure to welcome her on stage now. A round of applause to Alice Gugelev.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning again. So thank you and welcome to all of our partners, commissioners, CEOs, everyone who's here today, and especially and always to our young people. Thank you for being here. So if yesterday was day 0, I think today is day 1, right? Welcome to day 1. Woo! So I think a theme for me yesterday was how amazed I was at the energy and excitement in the room, and also how amazing I felt. Truly amazing. And so this was just an overwhelming experience, and I think having so many young people in the room was incredible. And so I wanted to take a moment, I know it's been done, but thank once again the Lighthouse Communities Foundation team. Of course, Ganesh, Mrinal, Anuja, Raga, the amazing tech team that's all lined up here making the show and the video from this morning. Countless of other people that I can't thank all in one morning speech, but especially wanted to call out Ruchi and Amruta. Oh my goodness. Really, for all of us, Ruchi and Amruta have been, and for me personally, visionary guides throughout the world of youth engagement, ensuring that we're bringing our whole selves to this work and always leading with love. So thank you for these incredible lessons throughout the last several years of our partnership. I also wanted to thank and call out our amazing communities across all of India. So we're, of course, here with the Lighthouse teams in Pune, but I also wanted to call out the newest team and the newest community in Bhubaneswar. Where are you guys? Where's the Bhubaneswar team? Yes. Woo! Welcome. Fantastic. I also wanted to call out our communities in Karnataka with head held high. Where are you guys? Welcome, welcome, incredible. And then of course, transform rural India. We're across Jharkhand, MP, and UP now as well. Where are the TRI communities? Welcome, and thank you all, especially to Anish, Neeraj, Pankaj, Kumar, and so many others across our rural communities. Someday, I hope, in several years, we'll also be able to convene there as well. There's so many incredible debates that we've been having about our GOYN India vision, and it's a huge opportunity for us today to welcome so many communities here to Pune. The idea is really to transform hundreds of thousands and millions of youth lives across the country. This vision is really led, and I have to also call out our GOYN relationship manager, Anu Mehta, who's here, with our partners, Sharanya and Samir, who have been leading this work. We are really imagining dozens of GOYN communities across cities and rural districts all across the country. It's a really, really exciting vision that we'd love to share with you over the coming months and years as well. The teams have actually published so many articles to talk about this vision. We focused on the whole of district or community approach. We've published articles around uplifting the voices of thousands of youth across the country. In each of these dozens of planned communities across India, both urban and rural, We will be mapping out the ecosystem. We'll be building youth advisory groups, building multi-stakeholder advisory groups, and really finding the pathways to drive greater collaboration and towards increased agency and economic opportunity in each of these locations. So thank you all for this incredible, incredible vision that we'll be building together in the years to come. I also want to take a moment to thank the global team around the world that has made this happen, with a huge call out to the Aspen and GDI teams, especially Joel, who's always hiding, but where is he? Huge love, huge love. Thank you so much. But also, if we can, say thank you to Gabby. Where are you, Gabby? Cho, where's Cho? And Siriel, who couldn't be with us, and Anu as well. They have been doing, thanks, woo. They have been doing everything they can to make this event a success, and it's been a huge amount of work. You'll really see this extraordinary effort come out during this week. We will have many chances to be together, and there's really incredible content that's been briefly mentioned, but I want to go into a few themes that I think are so exciting from a lot of the panels and workshops that we'll be working on this week, really building the how of how we get to full potential for young people. So one key theme will be around livelihood and opportunity youth pathways, from green jobs to job creation. And this is really all the ways that we're going to think about what kinds of jobs, entrepreneurship, in what sectors, and how do we really not just get skilled for those jobs, but even grow jobs in our communities. A second key theme, which has been mentioned, is a deep focus on positive youth development, mentorship, and belonging, really bringing out the agency and foundational elements to make young people successful. Number three, really focusing on innovation. We've got several tracks around artificial intelligence, youth ideas, and even new ways of looking at financial inclusion. Also, we'll be having technical master classes, really demystifying financing kind of mechanisms, which of course it's about money, so I'll be teaching that. We're looking at pay for results mechanisms and approaches, and storytelling and narrative change. We'll also be looking at building collaboratives, engaging with the government, especially to influence policy. And we're so excited to have commissioners here and leaders that really support us from the government side to make all of this happen. The last couple of themes are really about designing innovations for scale and then critically tracking impact. We need to tell the stories, but also demonstrate the impact that this is creating in communities and with people. And finally, really fundraising, the money to make it all happen. How do we reach out to donors and tell our stories in a really compelling way? As you can tell, we will certainly learn a lot this week. But at the end of the day, this week is really about community building, our precious global community. George Orwell wrote that the most terrible loneliness is not the kind that comes from being alone, but the kind that comes from being misunderstood and left out, not belonging. But here in our community, you are surrounded by people who see you, who hear you, who understand your heartache, your aspirations, and the path that you walk, and know the true essence of who you are. I truly feel that way in this community, and it is so special. So take the time to learn and to network, reconnect, and make new connections. This is a special year for GOYN, and even for me personally. I turned 50 years old this year. I think that makes me twice almost everybody's age here. And yet, when I think about who I learned from the most in the last 5-6 years of GOYN, I will have to say it's from you, the young people in our communities. This is where all of our drive for our strategy, our vision comes from. So thank you. Thank you for telling your stories, sharing your fears and dreams with me over the years. What we will remember through it all and this week is not just the great content and learnings, but that you are part of this great global movement, a movement that will change the world one small step at a time, one community at a time. This work will not be easy, and each day we will need to work harder than the day before, harder than the day before. Yesterday, I was reminded of a quote that inspired me and some of you over the years, and I'll end with this. Let me share this quote with you. Do not be daunted by the enormity of the world's grief. Do justly now. Love mercy now. Walk humbly now. You are not obligated to complete the work, but neither are you free to abandon it. As GOYN and all of our partners around the world, we will not be daunted. We will take up the hard work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alice, for that. Next, we would like to call upon the stage Mr. Shekhar Singh, the Honorable Commissioner of Pimpri Chinchwad Municipal Corporation. Mr. Shekhar is the backbone of the Kausalyam City Saturation Project and is instrumental in its progress towards its ambitious mission of no youth left behind. To be able to have a leader who listens to the youth, who works towards building a future which the youth will look forward to, makes me very happy. And yesterday, your promising words, sir, they left me with a lot of hope, and I'm sure they left the entire auditorium with a lot of hope. So with this happiness and hope that fills my heart, I welcome on stage the dynamic personality that Mr. Shekhar Singh is.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, first of all. Ruchi has already done her part. Lighthouse has done their part. But I think as city would like to again welcome you all to PCMC. It's been a privilege hosting this global convention. We could have been probably the co-hosts, but the election ensured that we are government partners. And that is what we eventually boiled down to till very last week. Ruchi and me were sitting together to try to think what moniker we should take as city and as municipal corporation. We have elections for our state. For those of you who don't know, 2 days from now, so on 20th November is when our state votes for the state legislative assembly. But it's been an absolute pleasure to be a part of this entire, not just the convening. It's been almost 2 years at the cost of repetition of what I said yesterday. 2 years back when we started discussing, and then the entire team from Aspen, Jamie and other people also trooped into Pune. We started discussing how to take that entire movement forward. PMC in many ways did show us the way in what they were doing. In terms of how they started from 2016, 2017. And we had just started. My predecessor started, Mr. Rajesh Patil, who is in Bhubaneswar. I saw a few hands from Bhubaneswar. He's Municipal Commissioner Bhubaneswar now. Was the first lighthouse which really started in 2021. It's been a journey of learning for myself as well. One thing which really comes to our mind is when you see Purva talking on stage, for example. And I appreciated her yesterday also. I'll appreciate her again along with Chaitanya as well. And that's the confidence which, buzzes out. That's a confidence that oozes out. Yesterday also, I think Ganesh was mentioning or some other speaker was mentioning, and that to my mind is one of the key core things, that you need to give to people, especially coming from the various communities that we have around. You might have any name for that. I think I'm holding on to the community word. There are other things that we use around here, but I would hold on to the community word. And I think one of the prime, reasons we often keep saying, one of the primary reasons of cities has to be, and that is something that I've understood over the past 2.5 years, is to give vent out to the aspiration of the lakhs of people that troop into the city. If you look at our city, we were 1.7 million in 2011. We had already some 3 million or 3.1 million. And all these people who troop into PCMC or cities around the world troop into that city as migrants, as migrant laborers, as skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled, etc., etc., in lookout for an aspiration, in lookout for a hope, in lookout to, really reach a place in life, which the background, their past, their other things, their context, they can break free from that and reach to a place that they've always dreamt in their minds to reach. And I think cities need to be as much involved, city administration needs to be as much involved as probably other levels of the government. And Lighthouse, for that matter, has given me that opportunity to become a part, at least to start that initiative where as city administration, as urban government, we are probably learning to become a part of that aspiration. We are learning to become a part of that entire ecosystem, which really springs up the young people sitting here, the young people in our lighthouses, and help them achieve their dreams. And sometimes it becomes a bit of an esoteric concept. Sometimes when you think about urban governance, mostly what we are dealing with is bread and butter issues, that I keep saying. And India is a developing economy, as a lot of developing economies around the world. And we get bogged down with roads, we get bogged down with potholes, we get bogged down with drainage systems, with water supply and things like that. And it's very easy to lose the focus on something which is very, very core, something which is what probably city government should be delivering. And I think Lighthouse has given me that opportunity. Alice was saying what she has learned from the youth. I think it is also giving me an opportunity to really learn from youth like Purva and so many others around sitting yesterday as well, in terms of how to deal with the various problems in their life, in terms of what all they go through, and still they are there in the Lighthouse doing their foundation course, coming in and day out, and trying to achieve, trying to strive for a better life, trying to strive for a better dream, or their own dream that they've always tried to dream of. And I think Lighthouse has really helped us. I often keep joking to Amrita and Ruchi, and I often keep saying that probably this is one of those initiatives, we are recording this event, but one of those initiatives which our political class will also latch on to very, very quickly. Because it talks about youths, it talks about communities. If you're talking about a community like Indra Vasahat, what we saw yesterday, if you are impacting 1,000 youth in a community, you are directly impacting 5,000 votes if you convert it to an electoral cycle. And why I'm saying it is, and I always feel that any initiative that we start has to get very well entrenched. And that is one of the problems that we face in India. If a particular initiative, if a particular ecosystem doesn't get well entrenched into the system, it generally falls flat. And that is that is one effort that we've been trying to strive for, trying to make it more and more entrenched into the ecosystem of the city, so that the local leaders, the local political leaders, our councillors, our corporators, our mayors and deputy mayors and standing committee chairmen start taking the ownership of this entire initiative, which is we are running through Lighthouse Foundation. And that would be like a real battle won for us as a city government, because it doesn't make sense for something to carry on for some time and then fall flat. So I think that is something that always is at the back of my mind, how to institutionalize a particular thing. And that is something that I keep telling Ruchi and our entire team also. Lastly, just one or two few things I was discussing with Jamie also yesterday. I think from Lighthouse Foundation side and the collaboration that we have in PCMC, I would want to keep a very, very keen eye on what we do along with persons with disabilities. And we are running a full program for persons with disabilities through our disability center. Very soon in January, we'll be having what we are calling as Purple Jalosh, a similar event which will be organized by PCMC for persons with disabilities, and mostly youth persons with disabilities. And that is also one track that I want to keep very, very open for myself, to keep working, to keep reminding ourselves that there are few jigsaw puzzles that still we need to fill up. It could be persons with disabilities, it could be persons from third gender or other communities, really vulnerable communities or groups that we need to really start focusing on. And I think that is a focus that Ruchi, entire team, Ganesh, we've been trying to take in PCMC as we've been working for GOYN. But once again, a big thanks to the entire network, a big thanks to Jamie, Alice, Ganesh, Ruchi. Once again, I would say for having this event in Pune, for exposing our youth to the entire almost about 4 to 5 day event that is going to be there. There's a lot of call for action also. I find a lot of people sitting here from the industries, various industries, from the chambers, from the industry otherwise as well. I think we still need to rope in, we still need to weave in the entire ecosystem where the skilling part, the industry part, the civil society, the city administration all come together more and more in a better fashion, so that one single impact to give wings to the dreams of our young people sitting here, to give wings to the dreams of and aspirations of all the young people sitting here. Once again, thank you so much for making PCMC a part of this initiative, for having the global convention here, and as I was saying earlier, for helping me probably become a little bit part of trying to put that in together for the young people of our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is hard to strive for our dreams, but when we hear words like these, we just find more motivation to do it. Moving on, we have Jamie, who's the founder and director of Global Opportunity Youth Network, GOYN, at the Aspen Institute Forum for Community Solutions. I honestly don't think that Jamie needs introduction, but in 2018, Jamie helped build the first global place-based network of communities and young leaders committed to advancing cross-sector systemic approaches to accelerate opportunities for youth. It's the reason we all are here at the convening today. Also, when Jamie is not busy doing what Jamie does to create global social impact, we've heard that he loves to have a dance, and watch out for him later this evening.
I'm kind of at a loss for words. I was thinking as I was listening to the opening today, just how I'm feeling as well, and I'm really kind of dazed, and feeling a real sense of really joy. I guess the word I would say that this is what I needed coming from a very difficult period in the United States. I think a number of our team who were leaving the United States over the last few days have been looking forward to this, and yesterday just kind of reinfused for me the energy, the values that all of you represent and that our global network represents, and gives me just huge hope that we can continue to advance our narrative for change, which is in many ways the polar opposite of what we hear from many politicians in many countries, including my own country. Sorry to start with kind of a downer, but I just want to explain how I'm coming to this meeting and this convening. And it's really just amazing to reflect on how far we've come. Ruchi kind of signaled this, and I want to tell my own story about my first trips to India. But before I do, I actually saved one of my most important thank yous for today to also tell you a little bit more about the genesis story of GOYN. And that thank you goes to my colleague, Steve Patrick, who brought me into the Aspen Institute. Thank you, Steve, yes. Steve's not a bad dancer either. We'll have him come up later. So Steve and actually Sarah and Latha were all sitting in the front row before I even knew about the work that the Aspen Institute had been doing for many years to support opportunity youth in the US, started talking about what Aspen might be able to do globally. And soon after that, I got reconnected to Steve. We'd known each other earlier in our careers. And he said, you know, Jamie, we're really interested to explore what Aspen can do globally, but I don't really have anybody on my team who could think this through with us. Can you come on? And that basically was the first stage to what ultimately became the Global Opportunity Youth Network. But I want to tell you a little bit about what the kind of foundational inspiration for this work was. And it was several things, again, really inspired and modeled in the United States, where we're now working with 41 communities across the US, both rural, even Native American, tribal, and urban. But it was that, first of all, in the United States, when the Aspen Institute started and when the Global Opportunity Youth Network started, there were no organizations that put young people truly first and at the table from the beginning. There were lots of organizations working with young people on education or skilling or employment, but these programs were designed in government offices, in foundation offices. They were often designed in the United States, Europe, and then sort of imported or introduced in other countries, and partners were invited to implement the ideas and designs of people who had no real knowledge or understanding of local communities. And we wanted to flip that whole dynamic on its head And instead of coming up with another new idea for youth employment, I call it the silver bullet approach to youth employment, that somehow we're going to solve youth employment with the most amazing entrepreneurship program, or the most amazing skilling program, or the most amazing mentoring program. But you know that this is a much more complex set of issues that go into barriers that prevent young people from accessing opportunity. And there are many other things beyond skilling, mentoring, and education that make a difference for a young person. It's starting with some of the things we've heard already, which is feeling a sense of belonging and purpose and meaning in their lives, and confidence that they can even complete a good skilling program or entrepreneurship. And then there are all the kind of systemic and structural barriers that are often in place that prevent young people, even if they had the most motivation and the greatest skills and the greatest access to jobs, would not be able to succeed, because there are these structural barriers that are preventing them based on maybe race or gender or other identity issues that prevent them from accessing opportunity. So we were really inspired by the work in the US and now globally with you to try to build a network that was really focusing on those sets of issues and starting first in communities with young people, with local partners, people who are living most proximate to the challenges in their community. Give them the resources, including dollars, technical advice, yes, but basically let them decide, let you decide what are the best ideas, solutions that will try to put a major dent in a global problem of youth unemployment that I think is one of the top 2-3 global existential challenges over the next 50 years. So that's kind of what inspired us, and I just want to summarize a little bit kind of where we've come. And I want to start with my first trips to India. Ruchi referenced this. So the Dell Foundation, who I think is going to be here today, was our first introduction. They said, we have this amazing program in Pune. Why don't you go down and check them out? So we went down there. We walked in to the room with Ruchi, Amruta, and the team, and we sat down, and they started introducing themselves. And they didn't say, I'm Ruchi, I went to Harvard, and I did this program, and now I'm in this leadership program. She said, hi, I'm Ruchi, and I stand for integrity, love. I can't remember your exact values, but they introduced themselves with the values they represented. And I remember turning to Sarah and others and going, this is a special organization. And that you can hear in her voice when she still talks about the work, the sense of agency that they bring to young people to empower them really inspired us. Our second trip, Steve was with me on this one. We went to visit the rural communities that are now flourishing with our partner TRI, and we were both incredibly impressed and inspired by Anish and Niraj and the team there for their huge vision for transforming rural India, which, as all of you know, rural India and jobs for youth in rural livelihoods is one of the most important challenges of the next 50 years in India. If we're truly going to transform India, we need to figure out how to make sure that young people who are in communities that lack many of the resources that cities have, we need to support them. And Transform Rural India is obviously one of the most standout organizations in the country doing this work and has huge ambitions and vision. So we were just really lucky to meet them. And the two things that stood out for me from that first trip was, first of all, our colleagues, Alice and the team, starved us. So basically, we went through 3-4 days and never were fed lunch. And Steve basically said at the end of that trip, he's not coming back to India. So I'm really glad to see we were able to bring him back. But no, the more important memory from that trip was the amazing agri-entrepreneurs and young people we saw working in Barwani and Jharkhand, in these rural districts with very little, but they were starting up new businesses. They were really responding to local markets, and that became the gem and seed of the work that we're now doing, and as Alice said, have huge ambitions to spread. And that's just an illustration in India of the amazing initial work that we found. When people ask me, what are the success factors for GOYN to date? It's very simple for me. It's 3 things. We found some of the most amazing anchor partners in every country that we're working. That's all of you, so give yourselves a round of applause. You really, I can't even imagine today how you got to where we are. It's really because of the power of your vision and the work you're doing in every local community. And we're gonna spend the next 3 days really talking about and lifting up the lessons and solutions that all of the communities around the world have been innovating with young people and with their partners. So for sure, we just got very lucky to meet you and be working with you. The second is we were able to find some global partners that were doing philanthropy and giving a little bit differently from the traditional model. Most development and a lot of philanthropy really thinks about things in very much of a project mentality. We're going to support something for 2-3 years, maybe some good will come out of it, but then we've got another bright new idea we're going to chase after. But we cannot solve a generational problem, I think I said this yesterday, like youth unemployment, with short-term project grant cycles that do something for 2-3 years and then move on. And we have been able to find a group of global partners who believe in this mission with us and are staying with us for the long term, not for 3 years, not for 5 years. We now have partners that are going to be with us at least for 7-8 years, and we hope beyond. And then third, we all like to end with this, and this is my tee up for the video that's going to come next. We all really do this work, and the great success factor is the amazing energy from the young people that we work with every day, and we get to convene with once a year. If anybody was with us in Mombasa last year, we kicked off our convening with Amal, who'd come to Bogota the year before. She got so inspired by the convening in Bogota. She learned Spanish by herself in the year between Bogota and Kenya, and then kicked off our convening by singing in Spanish a very famous folk song that brought everybody to tears. Like, you can't invent that. That just is like the magic that gets created with this kind of a network and with the kind of young people we are so privileged to be working with. So with that, I think I'm supposed to tee up now some voices of young people from all across our network who are saying in their own words, with their own devices, a word of welcome to this global convening. Thank you so much for hosting us. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for all our partners. This is an amazing week. We're really excited to be working and learning together over the coming days.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಮಹೇಶ್
Hi, my name is Sri Lakshmi.
ನಾವು ಗುಲ್ಬರ್ಗ ಸಮುದಾಯದವರು
Welcome to India.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम जयदेव बेरिया।
जोहार, मेरा नाम सुनीता कुमारी.
हम लोग रामगढ़ कम्युनिटी से हैं।
Welcome to India.
नमस्कार, जय जगन्नाथ। मैं सत्य।
Hi, I am Asu.
हमें GOYN भुवनेश्वर कम्युनिटी।
Welcome to India.
नमस्कार, माझं नाव समुद्र राजू कांबळे आहे
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम कौस्तुभ है।
आणि आम्ही पुणे कम्युनिटी मधून आलो.
इंडिया में आपका स्वागत है।
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम शिवम है।
जय जोहार, मेरा नाम नंदिता है.
हम बड़वानी कम्युनिटी।
भारत में आपका स्वागत है.
Oiê, meu nome é Thalita, faço parte do Juventudes Potentes e o futuro é agora.
Fala pessoal, sou Luiz Tadeu, analista de projetos e parcerias aqui do GOYN São Paulo. Estou passando para mandar um abraço para todos vocês que estão aí no Conveni e o futuro é agora.
Eu sou membro do Núcleo Jovem do Juventudes Potentes e o futuro é agora.
Hello guys, how are you? My name is Kaiki. I'm young member in the
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Shalom Fukene y soy parte del grupo asesor de jóvenes aquí en Bogotá. Bienvenidos a la Convención Global en India. El año pasado tuve la oportunidad de estar en África, pero sé que cada año se pone mejor, así que disfruten.
Namaste, मेरा नाम रौदा Muhammad.
Jambo, and welcome to Mombasa.
I'm the current chairperson of the Youth Advisory Group. One thing that stood out for me this year is the Equity Leadership Program, that I was lucky to be part of the Youth Designers. It was an amazing project that talked about nothing about us without us. And it's something that is really changing the perspective that people have on the youth of Mombasa.
Incredible. Here in Swahili Port we believe that everyone has as a chance, as an opportunity to change in the life of the people. You can change in the life even if when you are not
Regardless of where you are coming from, whatever you have been through, it doesn't define you. You have the potential and you are the master of your own destination.
That the youth have the potential to transform lives through the internet, whereby they can have access to information.
And it doesn't mean if you're a leader or want to change the life by being in a position. You can change the life because you're the change you want to see.
Together, let's change the narrative.
Y desde la Puerta de Oro queremos extenderles un caluroso abrazo a toda la comunidad que está hoy en Pune. Además de eso, manifestar cuán orgullosos y felices estamos por nuestros representantes que hemos enviado allá. Estamos seguros que será un aprendizaje enriquecedor en esta convención.
Y recuerden que
I can't stop smiling only. It was amazing. Some of them were my friends. Some of you are here. I am looking forward to meeting all of you for real. Also, we would like to thank youth who have come from different parts of India. They've come from Hyderabad. They've come from Odissi, Delhi, and different parts of Maharashtra. Please give a huge round of applause for them. Thank you so much for traveling so much and being here with us today. Next, we are going to showcase a film that that some of you have seen yesterday. It is a film about Indira Vasahat, one of our communities, and it is also made by the students. They are lived experiences of these students, and we would like you to get to know them.
India. It's the world's fastest growing major economy and also a country of contrasts. Its youth population, the largest in the world, comprises two distinct groups. One that is privileged with access to opportunities. Another that is fighting economic and systemic barriers. The integration of both these groups is critical for becoming a developed India. Here is the remarkable story of such an integration. The story of a slum community in Pune and its unstoppable youth.
माझे नाव सोहन. मला स्वतःला फिट राहायला आवडतं आणि सर्वांना फिट ठेवायला आवडतं. मी एक फिटनेस ट्रेनर आहे.
माझे नाव सारिका आहे. मी शिक्षिका आहे आणि माझं स्वप्न शिक्षिका होण्याचं होतं ते मी पूर्ण केलं.
My name is Altaf and I help global businesses with their financial management.
मला अगोदरपासून जिमिंगची आवड होती, बट जिमिंग मध्ये आपण करिअर करू शकतो हे माहीत नव्हतं. मग ते विचार करत असताना मला लाईट हाऊस बद्दल समजलं. फाउंडेशनचा कोर्स केला. त्याच्यानंतर माझा कॉन्फिडन्स वाढला. मग मी ठामपणे ठरवलं की फिटनेस ट्रेनरमध्येच करिअर करायचं आहे. बट लाईट हाऊसमध्ये तो कोर्स नव्हता, तर माझ्या सर्व मित्रांनी मिळून तो कोर्स शोधला आणि मॅमशी संपर्क केला. तर मॅमने त्यांच्याशी टाईप करून मला कोर्स स्टार्ट केला. मी गोल्ड जिममध्ये काम करत आहे. माझे 16 क्लायंट आहेत. मी ज्यांना पर्सनल ट्रेनिंग देतो आणि मी मेहनत करत असताना मी ठरवलं होतं की माझ्या 25व्या वाढदिवशी मला स्वतःची कार घ्यायची आहे आणि ती घेतली.
मी 15 वर्षांपासून इंदिरा वसाहतमध्ये राहते आणि इथे मी कष्ट करणाऱ्या महिला, स्वयंपाकीण, मोलकरीण म्हणून काम करणाऱ्या महिला ज्या आहेत त्यांचं कष्ट, मी स्ट्रगल जे आहे ते स्वतः पाहिलेलं आहे. त्यामुळे मी असं ठरवलं की त्यांच्या मुलांच्या शिकवण्या घ्यायच्या आणि त्यांना शिक्षणाचं महत्त्व समजून सांगायचं. तर मी लाईट हाऊस जॉईन केलं आणि लाईट हाऊस कम्प्युटर ऑपरेटिंगचा कोर्स केला आणि माझे कम्प्युटरचे स्किल्स डेव्हलप केले. मी स्वतःवरती पण वर्कआउट केलं आणि माझे पण स्किल्स डेव्हलप केले. त्यामुळे मी कॉन्फिडेंटली मुलांना शिकवू शकले. आणि मी आता सध्या AW सिंधू विद्याभवन स्कूलमध्ये ॲज अ टीचर म्हणून जॉब करत आहे.
Before joining Lighthouse, I was completing my graduation and working as sales executive in SGS Mall. At Lighthouse, the foundation course helped me gain the confidence to speak to others. It gave me stage daring. Now I was able to express myself. I also worked on my English and learned how to face an interview. Due to lack of knowledge and exposure, I had a misconception. Only engineer can work in MNC. Thanks to Lighthouse for guiding me and helping me understand that my commerce degree can also get me a job in MNC. I appeared for an interview at none less than Infosys, and the rest is history. Today, I can proudly say that I don't just have a job, I have a career.
The Lighthouse program is a skilling and livelihood program with a difference. It strongly models the approach of the Global Opportunity Youth Network, that of youth leadership, public-private partnership, and collective action with the goal of no youth being left behind. The public-private partnership model is a unique and pioneering feature wherein the government helps create these beautiful physical spaces. Donors support the operating expenses. At the heart of the program are the youth. As a nurturing, safe space, Lighthouse helps youth build their agency through a journey of self-discovery and inspires them to exercise their freedom of choice. The collective action of the government, skilling partners, and employers offers them a variety of livelihood options to choose from. Each youth creates their own personalized pathway towards full potential.
आज मी जे काही आहे ते माझ्या निरावसातल्या मित्रांशिवाय अशक्य होतं आणि त्यांनी मला पाहून बऱ्याचशा मित्रांनी लाईट हाऊस जॉईन केलं. लाईट हाऊसमधले 5 ते 6 मित्र आम्ही दर रविवारी भेटत असतो. आम्ही असं ठरवलं आहे की कोणत्याच व्यसनाच्या आहारी जायचं नाहीये. इनफॅक्ट आमच्या सर्वांचे हेल्थ इन्शुरन्स पण आहेत.
We talk about where the opportunities are and discuss business ideas. Each of us even has an emergency fund. In fact, I'm saving up to buy my own house.
Lighthouse Communities and the Global Opportunity Youth Network have a place-based approach that results in socio-economic shifts, such as the formation of peer support groups, more women at work, and the movement of youth to formal sector jobs. The place here is the slum community, and the goal is to enroll at least 25% of the community's youth so as to reach an inflection point of transformative, irreversible change. Today, 220 out of 740 youth from Indira Vasahat are alumni of the Aund Lighthouse. Thanks to the place-based approach and the determination of these amazing youth, the work profile of Indira Vasahat has transformed. While earlier, youth were unemployed or had contractual jobs, now more and more youth have salaried jobs in the organized sector. Not just that, the retention rate at work over a period of multiple years is an incredible 78%. For these youths, an irreversible shift has happened. Being at work has become a way of life. Lighthouse Communities and the Global Opportunity Youth Network are committed to building the agency of young people and shifting the norms around work and employment, slum community by community, city by city. The mission? To transform 1,000 communities and the lives of 1 million opportunity youth by 2030, one youth at a time.
Growing up in the community, we have faced a lot of challenges. We are now committed to come out of these challenges. The best thing is the new younger generation in the community have new role models. They will take this journey even further, and we are here to help them. Together, we will march towards an integrated, Vikasit Bharat. It's all happening now. The future is ours.
As an opportunity youth myself, I really feel proud of all the opportunity youth for walking towards the pathway of full potential. In this day and age, the youth is obviously, without any doubt, the driving force, not just our economy, but also is a part of working towards a world where everyone is welcomed and everyone is treated with dignity and respect. We have gathered here as we all believe that there is an urgent need for creating livelihood for the youth across the globe. The constantly changing nature of jobs and the employment sector makes it important for us to build a pathway where we don't just create livelihoods but also ensure its sustainability. With this, I would like to invite the first panel of today, which comprises leaders from three prominent companies who have come together to explore the transformative power of collaboration within the youth ecosystem. As we pivot to diverse global perspectives, the conversation will dive into promising approaches and innovations from India. The sessions will showcase how cross-sector partnerships is driving meaningful change, fostering economic opportunity and unlocking the full potential of opportunity youth. Join us to gain insights from these trailblazing CEOs and learn how diverse networks and local contexts can catalyze scalable impact. Serving as moderator of this panel discussion is Mr. Pradeep Bhargava, the chairman of MECF Pune. Over the span of his career, he has worked with prestigious organizations such as the Government of India's Atomic Energy Commission, Indian Space Research Organization, UNDP, the World Bank, Symbiosis University, and Cummins India Limited, to name a few. Pradeep has also chaired CII Maharashtra State and Western Region Council. People always speak fondly of the warmth that Pradeep brings to any relationship and conversation. What we value most about Pradeep is his deep care for young organizations in the development sector. On the panel today are Dr. Uma Ganesh, Mr. Girish Menon, Mr. Girish Menon, and Mr. Suhas Bakshi. Dr. Uma Ganesh is the Principal Trustee Global Talent Track Foundation. She not only has extensive industry experience in financial services, manufacturing, and education, but has also co-authored a book known Knowledge Management. We know and admire her as a knowledge leader whose data-driven approach, thoroughness, and rigor enables the transformation of teams she works with. It's an honor to have her amongst us today. Please welcome her with a round of applause. Mr. Girish Menon has over 25 years of experience in mergers and acquisition, strategy, and consulting. He was with KPMG for over a decade, and now he is a Chief Strategy Officer at Jet Synthesis. Thanks to Girish and his team, Jet Synthesis is one of India's most innovative companies in gaming, digital media, and consumer internet domains. Mr. Girish is known for creativity, ingenuity, and leadership. Let's welcome Mr. Girish with applause. Mr. Suhas Bakshi is the co-founder and Chief Executive Officer at Biofuel Circle. His professional work has included working on organization systems and strategy. Currently, he has also serves as the president of the Pune chapter of CEO Clubs of India. He is passionate about the role of data and digital technology in conventional businesses. What makes Suhas' work at Biofuel Circle inspiring this team innovation and sustainability effort as grassroots and their ambition mission to catalyze India's energy transition. So let's put our hands together for Mr. Suhas. We also have two opportunity youth joining us today, Kshitij and Purva. Both of are representatives of Youth Advisory Group. Purva is also an YAF member. Youth Innovation Fund. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm deeply conscious of the fact that we are running a little late. But I must say something because Alice prompted me to say this. She cutely declared she's 50 and she was conscious of the fact that others are 25. But Alice, you look 35. I just want you to correct. So, And I'm referring to the context, and again in lighter vein, when I was coming in with Suhas, they stopped me and they said, "Kahan ja rahe?" And I said, GOYN. He says, "There's Y word. You're not qualified for Y." And I said, "No, but I've been invited." The organizers, Anuja and others, had said, "Sir, there's a GOYN norm which says the average age of people on the dais has to be less than certain number." And she said, "You're completely disturbing that norm." So first they said they're going to bring one person, Purva, you, onto that thing. I said, "Okay, please do that." Then they said, "Sir, we can't even deceit your age. You look as old as you are." So the average is still not coming through. So they wanted one more young man. So we have on the panel 3 wonderful, experienced people who will be sharing their, in line with what's been talked earlier about what are the opportunities, and we're looking at you, my offsets. I'm using you as my offsets to ask questions and be nice to me. Ask them, don't ask me questions. Yeah? Okay. Okay, now to come to the flow that we want to do, and this is what I've discussed with the organizers. I'll do my context setting. I have to say something for 5 minutes. Incidentally, my meter started when I started speaking. Jokes were included in that 5 to 6 minutes. I'll spend not more than that. After that, I'm going to request my 3 learned panelists, 7 to 8 minutes each, to give their perspective, their journey as relevant to you, giving you a roadmap of what are the opportunities. So that's 25 minutes with 3 of them, my 5 minutes. I've been allocated 50 minutes, and I promise we won't exceed that. And the best way to ensure that is to put the last item as audience questions, so they decide how long they want to continue. So after that, we'll have about 5 to 7 minutes of questions from both of you. With this, in terms of the thing, that is 5 plus 25 plus 10 and 50, and I'm almost looking like an accountant counting minutes, but then sometimes it's very easy to get flow in the matter. So now context setting. I looked at, I'm going to just think, our theme for today, and I was trying to pick the right word. There's a whole lot of words. Global Opportunity Youth Network, building livelihood pathways for an exciting future. Lots of powerful words. So we can't pick up all of them. So I thought I'll just pick up 4 words out of these things. What are the 4 words I picked up? Global, future, one cluster. That means space and time. Who are we looking at? Future. And everybody says future is now, so I think you've changed the definition of what future is. I heard future is now. So I'll just stay confused. So and global, yes. And I think my second cluster is on what and how, my context setting, and of course they'll fill up the details. The 2 words I picked up is livelihood and pathways. So friends, on these 2, first space and time, and second what and how, for these 2 I'm going to make 2 points each. So 2 by 2, total 4 points I'll make, as very easy for moderator to put the skeleton and ask the energetic people to fit in the flesh, which you will do. So I'll just leave it here. I'm not talking about youth and networking and opportunities, because this whole place is all about youth. So I'm just going to be doing. So let me quickly come to, in context setting, about what I mean in space and time, global and future. The 2 points I want to make, and I don't think it's anything new for any one of you. Every time you meet, I've seen it many, many years, don't ask me how many, everybody says times are changing, technology is going to change our lives, social system is changing. We've heard that all the time. I haven't said anybody set up and said there are steady times. The times are never steady. However, I say this at the evening of my life, that the transformation that technology is bringing into our lives is a step function. Normally it's evolution. In the last few years and the next few years, there's a step function, exponential change in that technology bringing into life. So we need to be conscious of the fact that technology, which was supposed to be an enabler, our co-pilot at best, our support thing, has become the pilot. It is technology which is driving what, the Aladdin and the jinn, we used to rub the lamp and a jinn would come and you command. Today the jinn has become the Aladdin. The technology is driving every single thing. They have become the boss. So we must be aware of that a lot of things are being driven. So, and technology is moved into an auto mode. And I'm not giving technology, but I'm just saying for you, when you want to plan, when you want to look at, be aware that there is a big brother called technology, which might increase your prospects, might mess up your plans, because technology transformation, it cuts across geography. It doesn't allow manual intervention. Nobody can stop AI today. Try what you do with your regulation, nothing will happen. It's demographically distributed across, it's not for youngsters, everything. So while technology is the driving force, we need to understand there's a second force, and I just want to talk, my second marker here is what we're feeling in day-to-day human dynamics. I think the society, both at work, both at home, we have become very much more transactional. We're looking at short-term, we're looking at transactions, we're looking at long-term, we'll see later. Our aspirations, impact of awareness due to technology again, we're restless, we're uneasy. We don't want to talk about, don't tell me what I want to. I still have interviews of people, etc. They said, tell us about what we're going to do in the next 2-3 years. Hire to retire as a concept is becoming irrelevant. This is an across, so this is, and this is happening in our personal life, social life, family life, we're getting a lot more. So 2 factors just to keep in mind, which are really, 1, technology becoming the boss globally. Second, human values, human things. So we've really, a brave new world has arrived, much more braver now, which is boundaryless, which is technology driven, which is transactional, which is aspirational, which is also led to rise in inequality. While technology makes it more inclusive, today a lot of things, everybody has a cell phone, so you know what's happening in the world, you connected. But technology also increased inequalities. And it's also led to fading of old values. Very quickly, my last 2 minutes. So what does that mean in terms of opportunities, keeping in mind the overall shadow of technology and human values? What you want to do and how you want to do are the 2 questions. What you want to do, my God, happy with we people when we had 2, 3, 4 tracks. Now today you have a highway where you can't even count the number of lanes on that highway. The opportunities are increasing, you guys are aware of it and they're going. It's like you go to a dispensing machine, you get 2 or 3 choices to which thing you can pick up. You go to a small store, you get 10 choices. You go to a supermarket, you get 50 choices. You go to a mall, 5,000. Life has become like a supermarket. The options are so many. When there's so many options happening, while it increases the opportunity, it also confuses the hell out of you. You are not able to figure out quite often because of the things. So just be aware that while opportunities are increasing, the opportunities are also going to be demanding on you in terms of excellence, in terms of pursuit, and some keeping your feet grounded. Today's environment says, he's doing this, she's doing this, and he's done so much. So I think the aspiration is fine. Looking at everybody else you come to know, just keep your feet on the ground is my old man's advice. And the last, how. How has also changed in addition to why. Some of the Pune people would remember their parents going to Tata motor bus, working 9 to 5. We all got used to going to a place of work with a defined things, defined role, defined scope. Today you see relationship at work environment by technology also. You don't have to go to work. Sometimes you go to work on a part-time. So the whole partnership model has come in. To conclude, my friends, there are opportunities, stay tuned. There is a career for you, stay focused. And there are relationship changes in how you want to go. Luckily, this thing talked about livelihood. It didn't talk about jobs, thank God. Livelihood, stay tuned, stay focused, and also keep in mind that somewhere in this journey, while short-term is what you can see, future is now, but there is a future also, for which you need to somewhere invest in terms of your things. So that's where, so you guys are all in a hub, like a big railway station, lots of trains going all over, or a integrated bus terminal where you have lots of choices. Choose the right track, choose the right vehicle, and just move on with that thing. So with this generic things, may I first request Uma to give your thoughts. Uma has described wonderful thing, but one of the things she's doing is on green jobs. So maybe you can talk about that opportunities, whatever thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pradeep. So it's fantastic to be part of this convening. It has been very energizing, inspirational, impactful yesterday and this morning as well, listening to various speakers and also the young people from Lighthouse Communities Foundation and from other parts of the world. So welcome all of you, especially who have come from other parts of the world, to our wonderful city. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank GOYN to have given me this opportunity to be part of this wonderful initiative and get to know not only people, but also connect with the aspirations, their dreams, their mission, and also share some perspective, have an opportunity to share some of my perspectives in this dialogue. Pradeep has asked me to share with you a little bit about what has been the journey, what do I see as the opportunities for the youth worldwide. I have, just as Pradeep was mentioning a little while ago about whether age counts and whether, you know, the appropriateness of people like me to be part of this discussion, I'm just I was just reminded of the fact that, you know, when I was trying to count how many years I have been associated with the skilling, the training, the employability journey, particularly, and I was just telling myself it has been almost 35 years. And so when did I begin this journey? I began this journey at the age of almost 25. And that is the probably the average age of most participants of GOYN. That's your age. So maybe I'm dated in that sense. But yes, I began this journey, and I was very fortunate and privileged to be able to contribute, to be able to participate, and have a ringside view and develop learnings, and continue to develop insights in terms of what careers could mean to young people and how their careers could get shaped or have got shaped over the years. In the 80s and right up to the 90s, that decade that I initially had the opportunity to look at career journeys, it is very interesting that at that point of time, the whole discussion around careers was limited only to those people who were already in colleges. And they were the ones who were looking at how could they develop themselves better. And in India in particular at that point of time, computers were at a very nascent stage. And they would therefore try to equip themselves, and particularly to make their biodata look good by joining some computer program, some computer course they would do. And it was very interesting to find that in the newspaper advertisements those days, when the boys or girls were looking to get married, and that you know, for those of you not very familiar in India, it's the arranged marriage, which used to be very popular. It continues to be so even now, but in the 80s, 90s, right up to until about 20 years ago, it is predominantly arranged marriages which brought the boy and girl together. And in most of these advertisements, you would find a little line saying, also have a computer diploma from some computer institute. Today, we might be laughing at it, but those days, parents would feel that, okay, if I'm going to get this boy or girl married to someone who has a qualification in computers, maybe their life is made. So as a result of this kind of an aspiration, which was so different at that point of time, there were families and individuals who would rob a bank and pay 50,000 rupees or 100,000 rupees, which was a huge amount of money even then, to get themselves this additional qualification to find a job. And those jobs would be typically working in a bank or working in a small computer software company or a hardware company. And that's how the journey for many of them started. But come 90s, this whole requirement for programmers started ballooning. It started off initially with what is known as body shopping in the US and Western world in particular. But slowly with the problem of Y2K, which had to be solved, a lot of companies started looking at India for providing that support from India. And that's how the requirement for programmers started getting momentum. And by the time we went into the new century, 2000, right up to 2010, you can say, the digital boom really started taking shape. And with this digital revolution, we started looking at a lot of opportunities for people who could work with content, who could work with internet technologies, who could use some of these technologies in other domains, financial domain, in the manufacturing domain, and so on and so forth. 2010 onwards, we started seeing a very different kind of a scenario. Pradeep alluded to technology, and every business, small, big, large, cottage industry, could not be left behind in terms of use of that technology to better themselves. So as a result of this, we started hearing and experiencing not only very, very large sized businesses trying to get businesses, processes, IT requirements outsourced to India in a number of different ways, whether it was to do with business intelligence, packaged software, ERP implementation, and of course, the early days of augmented reality. Sorry? Yeah, sure. And all of these started showing that there is a huge opportunity for individuals to look at their careers from a very, very different perspective. And today we are looking at their aspirations in terms of new jobs in the context of AI. And when we talk about AI and we look at the years ahead of us, there is also this concern about whether the jobs will go away. There is now an estimate McKinsey has put out that 375 million new jobs are going to get created. And out of those, globally, at least 50 million will be in the EV sector, the electric vehicle sector. And we at GDT Foundation have already set up 17 such centers, and we are partnering with Accenture and GOYN to see how this could be scaled even further. And in addition to this, some of the traditional jobs will continue to remain. Engineering, accounting, caregiving, these jobs will remain. But what is going to be another two very interesting areas to look at will be the number of elders that we will have in the society. World over, we are going to have more people, like close to about 1.2 billion people by 2030, who would require a different set of services. In India alone, we are having close to about 150 million people who are seniors by 2030, and by 2050, this will be double, which will be close to 350 million people. So that kind of a size is going to create humongous opportunities. And the last area that I would like to highlight is the fact that there are a number of jobs that we perform which are today, which do not carry any value. What we call as work that we do out of home, out of passion, desire, out of our own commitment. So these jobs like gardening, like cooking, like taking care of children and so on, it is expected that these jobs will get marketized. And as a result of that, today, not more than 1.2% of these jobs are performed by men, and highly qualified women, to the tune of 27% of these jobs are 27% of women are taking care of these jobs. So these jobs will also get marketized, and that will create another fantastic opportunity for all of us to think of. So to summarize, technology will create new jobs. Current jobs like accounting and so on and so forth, engineering will continue, and there will be new opportunities to take care of seniors in the green areas, and of course, marketizing the home-based opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for things. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think lovely things Uma brought, that career which yesteryears used to be after college, you youngsters are starting out. Computer, which was a premium job, is a license to any job today. Knowledge of computers clearly emerging. And I think what's reassuring is AI, which looks like was stealing jobs, is going to give jobs. And I feel good that oldies will, like me, will give jobs to people, so I'm not feeling so guilty anymore. Thank you so much, Uma, for this. So next, I'm going to request Suhas. Suhas is a person who has done both Click and the Brick. He's worked for manufacturing and services. He's done global as well as now is working in the rural space, and I notice a lot of conversation rural. So Suhas has got a 360-degree perspective. Suhas, do share about your journey and how these youngsters can get a message out of it. Thank you, Suhas.
Thank you so much.
And your time starts now. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think, what I saw in this room was a combination of phenomenal energy, diversity, and youth. And really, really excited to speak to this group of people. I'm going to talk about rural circular economy. And in the process, for some of you, I would introduce you to an industry called green fuels or bioenergy. A lot of people ask me a question, what is bioenergy? And I said, well, anything and everything which comes out of organic matter and gets converted to energy is bioenergy. Now, why does it become relevant today? And I was standing in a field a month back in a place called Barabanki in Uttar Pradesh, and somebody asked me, what do you make out of this? And I said, look, this 1 acre of land that I am standing on is a rice paddy field where harvesting is completed and there is standing stubble. This 1 acre of standing stubble can produce fuel equivalent to a journey from Delhi to Kanyakumari. That's 2,500 kilometer distance, and this stubble is capable of creating that quantity of fuel. Now, if that's the transformation that you are wanting to bring in, that's the new energy that you are wanting to bring in, and that's the rural economic activity that you're wanting to bring in, it means so much for the type of jobs that you would create in the next 25 years. Something similar to what Uma said. When 25 years back or 30 years back, when you're talking about a journey in computing, we were not really mindful of the extent of revolution that knowledge of computing will create for job opportunities. And I think exactly something similar is happening right now in the area of green energy. If I have to look at any rural landscape, and that landscape could be India, that landscape could be Africa, that landscape could be South America or Southeast Asia, after harvesting, and harvesting will happen as long as humans live because we will grow food. And then we will leave waste on the soil. This waste is capable of generating energy. In India itself, 235 million metric tons of waste gets left behind on the fields, and that is capable of creating energy equivalent to 600 million barrels of crude oil. Now, how do you do that? And that is going to require humongous industrialization in rural areas. This could mean maybe creating 25,000 bioenergy business in 10 to 15 states out of India. These 25,000 businesses could generate 500,000 jobs. What would be the type of jobs? They will include combination of mechanization, logistics, warehousing, refining, understanding green fuels, understanding replacement of fossil fuels by green fuels. Very, very importantly, a lot of these technologies will result in carbon capture. This carbon capture would probably result in aids which would result in helping you refurbish degraded land through recarbonizing degraded lands. Now, understanding the subject, becoming experts in this subject, making sure that this becomes a practice which not only creates jobs in new energy, but creates livelihood in rural areas and transforms the rural areas is an opportunity which is driven by bioenergy. I mean, just happy to share with you that our company, which is currently involved in the business of creating circular economy driven transformation this year, is moved something like 500,000 metric tons of biomass, has replaced equivalent quantum of coal for the industry, has connected 50,000 farmers to bioenergy economy, and have created close to $20 million worth of value for the rural businesses. Now, this is just a starting step. And using transformative techniques and technologies which are available to us, we as a generation, and I probably belong to more to Pradeep's generation than the generation which is sitting in front of me, I think have an opportunity and have a responsibility to move towards cleaner and greener environment, cleaner and greener energy, and probably take prosperity to rural India, prosperity to rural parts of the world. I think that's the opportunity and the job creation that one could be talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Suhas. It was wonderful. Suhas talked about the energy in the room, and he talked about renewable energy that he's working on. Suhas, this energy in the room is also renewable. So you just can be assured, because in fact it energizes itself by working with each other. Thank you so much. And I think the opportunities, we talk about opportunities, what seems to be 60% of population is in rural India, and you can't transport many things you have to give. So I think it's a very, very circular economy in rural India is a great thing. And finally, you're giving livelihood, but you're actually transforming the rural landscape. It's just for every job, livelihood you're giving, you're changing the character, the profile of the thing. And I think that's the benefit that comes out. Thank you, Suhas, for bringing a totally new perspective. We sit in a city called PCMC, and we have a metro close by. So we influenced by our urban ambience, but the world doesn't stop here. And I think it was important to get this perspective. So now we got a interesting person, 2 decades in hardcore consultancy, and these consultants know everything about the world, worldly wise, they tell others what to do. But here's this young man who chose to get on to a more exciting game of gaming. He knows what games people play, right? And in that sense, the digitization. So Girish, floor is yours. Tell us, because you would be, I intentionally made you the last one because you can excite these people like collectively all of us put together want about the new age. Floor is yours. Your 7 minutes, 8 minutes.
Thank you. Sorry. Very interesting to hear the word young man from you, but I guess it's all relative. Maybe this side this way, but this way there's a big difference. But thank you so much. And just at the outset, I wanted to say that it's the first time I've been participating in an initiative like this, and I have to say some of the things that I've heard today are absolutely brilliant. The videos that I saw of what happened yesterday and today, the world over, it's amazing to see this. And more importantly, the passion that I was able to witness through this is mind-boggling, right? And I think that's what's really exciting. When we talk about working with the youth, and partnering with the youth, I think that passion and excitement is what really drives everything, right? So just to give you context, I'm Girish Menon. I'm Chief Strategy Officer at Jet Synthesis. And Jet Synthesis, if I were to give very simple definition, it's a technology driven company focused on entertainment, right? But that's really not how we look at our business, right? When we started to create and build Jet Synthesis over the last few years, more than the business, our focus was on the demography. Who are we serving? Who are we trying to build for? And very early on, we made a very clear decision that everything we do would revolve around the youth, right? Now, we use different terminologies, Gen Z, Gen Y, doesn't matter, right? But to simplify things, 15 to 30, stretching it 35 years, age group is the audience that we try to serve, right? Now, when we looked at this audience and we tried to focus on what is it that we could build a business around these audiences, we focused on fundamentally 3 pillars because this is what we felt was driving, passion and consumption for the youth when it came to, entertainment, right? So we decided on gaming and esports, we decided on sports, and we decided on what today is loosely termed as the creator economy, right? And all of these opportunities have really, come up in India over the last, realistically speaking, 10 years, right? It's not that gaming, for example, globally is maybe a 50, 60-year-old phenomenon. It's not that people didn't, when I was young, I gamed, and the scale it is happening right now. Same with when I look at esports, same when I look at consumption, right? Consumption moving towards digital at a mass scale has changed everything, right? So I think that's how we sort of therefore tried to focus on creating our businesses. And when I look at that, I want to focus on 2 pillars, right? And this is particularly in the context of what we are talking about today in terms of opportunities for youth, right? So I want to narrow this conversation down to 2 fundamental things. One is technology-driven traditional opportunities, and it's a little oxymoron using the word traditional with a segment like gaming and esports and digital economy. But what I really mean is traditionally, what are the kind of opportunities that were there? It was fundamentally about companies, studios, individuals looking to build products, build games. So in that sense, not very different from an IT company, right, where you're trying to create a technology product. The only difference has always been that gaming is a techno-creative thing, so there's a whole large element of creativity involved in the technology. But at the end of it, traditionally, that was what most of the businesses were doing, right? Either making games yourself or serving global studios, and providing, services there. But what has changed in the last 10 years is what I try to think of it as democratization of opportunity in this space, right? So gaming has become so large in India, right? And this was always the case globally, but more in India now, is that gaming has now become a career. So you can play a game and earn money, right? Because what has fundamentally changed the trajectory of this is what we call esports, right? Esports is what? Any game that is played competitively between 2 people for a certain amount of outcome is sport, right? That is what sport is. This is virtually played, this is esports, right? And as esports has evolved, people have realized that there is value in skill development, in getting better and better at what you do, like any other sport. But more importantly, like in any other sport, there are people who want to watch you play, right? That was the game changer, because you can play as much as you want, but if nobody is watching you, there is no business in it, right? That has changed. So now there is the very large community opportunity that has got built up where, as a gamer, you can aspire to be the best gamer out there and actually make a career out of it, right? That's one part. And the second part is, because there are people watching, right? That career takes different trajectories, right? You could be a gamer, play in competitions and win prizes, and that becomes your career trajectory. Because people are watching you, you are now famous. Brands will come to you and say, okay, why don't you advertise for me, right? That's an opportunity. But more importantly, and that's where democratization opportunity comes, right? Because you've got a whole host of digital platforms out there, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Instagram, whether it's Twitch globally, people are creating content around gaming, right? Creating content around a whole bunch of other things. We use the word influencers, right? What are they? They are self-created content being put out there. And people are watching, and therefore brands are willing to pay, right? And I think that opportunity to me is is amazing because it puts the power away from organizations into the hands of individuals, right? Number one. Number two, it creates an opportunity for people to make careers out of what they love doing, right? And the beauty is that once you're in the space, what you do can evolve, right? So at 18, I may be a gamer. At 20, I may be part of an esports team. Maybe at 22, 23, I'm an influencer. By 25, I'm a game developer. I've started my own game. I'm working with somebody, or I am part of an organization managing esports athletes, right? So I think that's what, to me, is exciting. And I come back to that point I made about democratization of opportunity. What technology, digital has done for this domain is created that opportunity where anybody, right, can actually look to create something for themselves. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I just want to be, I use the word that all of you are renewable energy, but you also need charging. And I think sports, gaming can be your charging plug, so you could do. So here's an opportunity. Second thing which Girish brought out, that it takes out the creative juices in you. And I think anybody who's getting onto has a creative besides a career, so that's yet another opportunity. But I'm a little worried, yeah, if everybody takes gaming as a career, kaam kaun karega? I mean, somebody has to get out and do something. So
gaming hi kaam hai.
I know, but hospitals have to be run by somebody, and the transport, but somebody has to do like the thing. I hope it is, of course, democratization, but in democracy we need others also. Thank you so much, Girish. A very, very wonderful perspective. So children, excellent, wonderful. Now, floor is yours. My suggestion would be, ask who your target is. And I'm getting out of the target range, but no, what I'm saying, ask a very specific question, and we'll have the opportunity of having the thing, but you can capture the thoughts of them. Go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, also, I don't think that everybody will get into gaming just because it is democratized, because I don't really enjoy gaming that much, but I have a lot of friends who are actually earning from gaming, and I used to not understand why they enjoy so much, but now that you've put it this way, I understand, and I got a perspective, so thank you for that. Also, yeah, I would just like to mention that age kept coming in between, but when I met you, Pradeep, I remember that on that round table, you were saying something along the lines where you were like, if they are not responding to this, if the youth is not responding to this, then maybe we need to listen to them and understand that they don't want this. And you were the person who I was able to relate with the most. So really, I don't think that age is an issue. My question is that a topic we youth discuss quite a lot is internships. Because we need experience, and without experience, companies don't give us jobs. Especially in our context, it takes a certain amount of economic privilege to be able to take up an unpaid internship, which is the case in India right now. And as a law graduate, I know that lawyers are offered internships in the name of experience, but are never paid enough, which is why we don't get opportunities where we can just go and have an internship outside of our state even. So what are your take on this? Anyone who's interested in hiring?
I'll take the liberty, sorry, but you can. It is true that interns are treated as sometimes uninvited, sometimes unwanted, because somebody has said, I take intern. But believe me, and I've seen this in organization, just the way you go to a college to learn, you pay the fee. Thank God these guys are not asking you to pay them for giving you the internship. Treat this as a continuation of your education. Believe me, you'll learn, including this attitude that employers have towards you is a learning for you. So just be absolutely clear, you're going there for learning, and money is important, but just keep it in mind that you're learning. And employers have been very hard. Yeah, sorry. Any thoughts?
And just the second part of that is that what kind of ideal workplace situation you think of?
I just want to add to what Pradeep mentioned. So, just for your information and for others here from India, Government of India has announced an internship program where those who are, whose family income is less than 2.5 lakh rupees per annum, and if their parents are not in the government service, they can apply for these internships and they can get paid on an average around 4,500 or 5,000 rupees per month. And several organizations have been more or less mandated to actually look at supporting such individuals for internship opportunities. So I just thought that might be of interest to a lot of our young friends from Lighthouse Communities Foundation.
I've just received a message that we have only a minute left. So maybe, Shati, you could ask a question and my other panelists to answer. I want to honor the pressure. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So my next question to the all panelists is that how does the mentorship has played a vital role in your life? And we often as a youngsters play a very challenging that it has been my personal experience that as a youth from the underprivileged background that we met so many peoples when you are searching around to whom we should listen and coming across the various perspectives and their opinions and I come across several people who told us that do this and do this and do this. But I would like to know more about from your experience that how does the mentorship and how a mentors has played a vital role in your life and how can youngsters like us find a great mentors?
Maybe I'll use this. Thank you. I think probably the answer is in your question itself. Mentorship does play a very, very solid role throughout your life, not just at the start of your career, but throughout your life. Being in a position to identify where can you learn from, what can you learn, be a great student throughout your life is something which everybody needs to do. So keep your eyes and ears open, not just for mentors, but all type of learning. And I think that's what will take you forward.
So, sorry, we'll take the last question from you and maybe Girish can answer or whichever. Huh?
Yeah, no, I don't have any.
Okay. Girish, you want to respond to?
Why don't I just answer your point on the, the previous one that you just mentioned about internship, right? I think 2 points I would just very quickly make. One is, like Pradeep said, it is an extension of learning, and I identify with that because when I did my consulting, 3-4 years of internship I had gone through, right? But I think what needs to change a little bit, right, somewhere is, and this will not work everywhere, in certain organizations, certain opportunities it might come up, is where you need to look long enough and change the way the industry works, right? We've tried to do that, again, so for example, in sports, in cricket, right? Today, for anybody who wants to play for a club, they have to pay money to the club. It's literally the hard yards you do before you can play for professional, right? What we realized is we'll have to change that because if you want sports people to get better at what they do, they have to be dedicated to sports. So the club that we have, we've actually changed it around. We pay money to the players so that all they have to do is focus only on playing cricket. So sometimes you do need to do a shift, but it works well in certain situations, may not necessarily be applying everywhere.
Okay, I need to be impolite. The signals are there, they might physically drag us off the stage. So thanks very much, the time is up for us. Appreciate your thank you very much.
I invite, to conclude this session, I would like to invite our Anuja Kishore, who is the CEO of LCF, to present a token of gratitude to our panelists. Thank you. Yeah.
नाही.
Yes, so we are in a hurry, but we need everyone's energy here. So we have, yeah, yes. So we have Sunil from BBOD Lighthouse for a small energizer. So it will be an action song. So I request everyone to join this action song. So Sunil.
Okay, we have been sitting and listening for a long time. So we have our dear friend Sunil sir here, who is an extremely energetic person and he loves to spread energy to people. So we are going to do a quick energizer to get ourselves moving and to shake it off a little bit. So we request everyone to please stand up. Okay, so Sunil sir is going to do some actions and say some words. All we need to do is copy him. Okay? Yes, please, if you want to come here and join us on stage. Oh my cheche, check check gori, check gorisa, risa risa manna, sat samana. Oh my cheche, check check gori, check gorisa, risa risa manna, sat samana. Oh my cheche, cheche gori, check gorisa, risa risa manna, risa risa manna. Oh my cheche, check gori, risa manna, manna manna risa. Oh my cheche, risa risa manna. Oh my god. Oh my
Okay. Thank you so much, both of you. And we are running short of time right now. And yes. So right now we are starting with the next panel. This session will explore India's evolving youth and employment ecosystem, highlighting key trends such as youth dividend, jobless growth, and emerging sectors driving innovations. So serving as moderator for this session is Mr. Mr. Anish Kumar. Anish is the managing director of TRIF. So let's welcome him on stage. Now, I shall introduce our panelists for this discussion, Mr. Pankaj, Ms. Sheena, Mr. Vikas, Mr. Abhinav, and Ms. Anuja. Mr. Pankaj Kumar Singh. Pankaj is the Chief Executive Officer of Head Held High, and he is an Acumen Fellow and possesses an experience that extends across both the realms of development and the for-profit sector. So his work is a motivation, and we are grateful to have him here. Ms. Sheena Gandhi. Sheena Gandhi is a communication specialist. So she is currently head of Social Stock Exchange at BSC, India. And she is the co-founder of Sahyog Foundation. Please put your hands together for Sheena Gandhi. Mr. Vikas Hussain. Vikas works with the Rainmatter Foundation towards building a circular economy. Let's welcome Vikas with a round of applause. Mr. Abhinav Bhatia. Abhinav leads the blended finance projects for the foundation as a member of the India program teams. So a round of applause for Abhinav, please. Finally, our very own Ms. Anuja Kishore. Anuja is serving as Chief Executive Officer of Lighthouse Communities Foundation. We are super lucky to have her. And now let's welcome Anuja to the stage. A big round of applause and let's welcome our panelists. So our panelists are Mr. Pankaj, Ms. Sheena, Mr. Vikas, Mr. Vaibhav and Ms. Anuja. And we have our moderator, Mr. Anish Kumar. A round of applause, please.
Hello, can everybody hear me? All right. I think let's do one thing before we start. I know it's late and everybody woke up early in the morning. So we've heard this line since yesterday. It's called Bhavishya Ahe Yuvakanse, which is future is now, right? So in Marathi we say Bhavishya Ahe Yuvakanse. So I'll say Bhavishya Ahe and everybody will say but with more energy, okay? So we'll do it 2 times, not more, I promise. Bhavishya Ahe! Bhavishya Ahe! Thank you so much and welcome everybody. I know everybody has welcomed you since morning. I'm the CEO of Lighthouse Communities Foundation. Really privileged to be having every single one of you from all parts of the world. I mean, you can see those beautiful flags up there. You've crossed 7 seas, mountains, deserts, and of course from all our friends from India. Just thank you for being here. So I'll just, basically the panel is about what's happening in the urban and rural livelihood space. So we'll just continue that dialogue that Pradeep sir and the earlier panel started. So I just have 3 things to share and then of course I'll hand over to my friend Anish here. So the first one is about, there's an India Skills report that gets published every year. So the recent report basically said that employability rate of India's youth is 47.3%. What does that mean? 55% of the graduates are entering the workforce not actually ready for the industry. We all know that companies like Infosys, TCS, and many others, manufacturing companies, have actually set up their own training institutes, right? So even people coming out of engineering colleges need additional skilling, training, preparation before they actually enter the workforce, right? So just keep that in mind, number 1. Number 2, 1 out of 3 young people, particularly young women, are not in education, not in employment, not in training. Women labor participation for LFPR, the labor force participation rate, is actually, as per the latest NSSO, is under 30%. Right? And as quoted by Ajay Shah, who's one of our economist friends, India's LFPR for women is actually behind that of Saudi Arabia's. Right? So that's the second point. The third that I want to leave you with is this whole, real gap between the demand of the market that, the industry keeps talking about, but also on the other hand, the aspiration of young people like Purva and Chaitanya and Kshitij and everybody that you've met. I'm sure I'm talking about the global youth here as well, right? What does that mean? So we were talking to some people yesterday and they said the country needs 4.3 million nurses to meet the healthcare demands of just India over the next 5 years, 5 to 10 years apparently. Whether the young people are excited about joining the healthcare force or not, that nobody is talking about, right? Another day I was with Ganesh speaking to a bunch of IIT alumni who were all sitting in America and running this large institution, around again skilling, livelihoods, education, etc. They said we need more than 1 million people who can just repair lifts, right? And now whether the young people want to repair lifts and are excited about that, we don't know. Manufacturing sector, is it glamorous enough for young people? We don't know. So we really need to talk about some of those things. During the course of this panel, we'll of course share what we do at Lighthouse Communities Foundation to tackle some of these challenges. But with that, I hand over to Anish, who of course is here from TRI, Transform Rural India. Welcome, Anish. And over to you.
Thank you so much. And good afternoon. It's a real privilege to be here. And thank you so much, GOYN, Jamie, Alice, Anu, the Lighthouse such a fabulous 2 days of hospitality and the week to go. Thank you so much. This has been like a soul food, extremely enthusing, energizing, and as you say, I don't have the privilege of Pradeep of reducing the age, but just these days here reduces your age. We are on the wrong side of 50, but that's okay. And no one to reduce the average age, that also is okay. But why are we doing this conversation now? And how it is relevant to the communities across the globe who have come from far and near. So one thought when Anu and team asked me to look at the session, he said, this is what, some of us would know, this is 777. And that is the 4-7, I'll explain to you what these 4 sevens are. India is roughly 7% of the global population, 7th largest country. 7% of the global output comes from India. And it is growing at 7%. So together these make it a very interesting point in India's economic journey today. And as it embarks on the next India at 100, 2047, there are many tailwinds, there are headwinds also. But what we'll do today in this panel is we'll attempt to stitch our experience here to make a coherent case for what we can do in the other GOYN communities outside of India. So the effort here would be connect the disconnected sort of themes and strains to bring about a narrative. Some of the discussions on opportunities did happen in the earlier panel, whether you talk of green, circular, games, or the internships. These are all connected with the new opportunity that beckons us. And you gave a lot of numbers, and they are telling in many ways. There was an earlier report of ILO, which the government has disputed. But it says 83% of the unemployed workforce is young in India. And that's 83%. The share of the educated young is 65.7%. 65.7%. So these numbers are staggering by itself. The women labor force participation rate is a mix of things in the Indian social context that drives it. It is at the bottom of G20, lower than MENA. But there is a story there to be unraveled. And we'll talk about it. And we will, in some ways, as India, you would have seen, come from different places on the planet. The India growth story is much feted. And we used to run this campaign, Incredible India. Now, with China plus one, as they say, is the inevitable India. And the numbers, again, are, we are at a cusp where we are looking at the Viksit Bharat goals, if you were to say, is 10x of our current per capita income of $2,200 odd. So we are aiming to reach $22,000 by 2047. That would have its own implications on how we engage with our resources, how we engage with our the most substantive resource that we have is human beings. And that's where the opportunity youth would connect very strongly. We are expected to be the second largest economy by 2050. Purchasing power will be more than 1/3 of US as we sit now. But mind you, we had all these moments earlier also. I remember in 2007, there was a report by McKinsey which said, this is, in India, we will know, Sone ki Chidiyan, the bird of gold. And 2007 McKinsey predictions were that India would become that manufacturing hub. Why is it different now? And what we can, draw from the Indian experience and experience of the GOYN communities in India is a few things working right now on that flywheel. One is on the demand side, green. We talked about, so there is, you talked about the World Economic Forum predicts 50 million net, and that's net new jobs to be created in the green economy. On the supply side, see 1 billion plus people, very low age dependency. And that is, unlike any other major economy, we are much ahead of anyone else. In China, you are seeing the slowing down on that front, on the labor force front. There's a massive investments going on in building both the digital and the physical infrastructure. Just $122 billion. The infrastructure, national infrastructure pipeline is. Much of it that kind of a capex would lead to growth of a very different kind. So these are some of the tailwinds you could say that we have, but in terms of where, and there is the geopolitical sweet spot that India is in. It is, if it plays well, it could continue. Some of the things that we keep talking about, what holds us back is the massive inequality in our society, the top 10% holding 3/4 of our wealth. There is the chasm between north-south in India, and again, some of you could relate. We are growing at very different paces. You will be surprised that state in India would, on Human Development Index, would challenge Scandinavian countries. And at the other end, you would have someone, fighting with South Sudan for the last spot. We have very low FLPR, but that is a function of variety of things, the way economy is and the way the society is. And we have to look at that in a very careful way. Manufacturing is one we keep talking about. Just the other day, one of the titans of our industry, Mr. Nayan Murthy, was saying that we need low-tech industries in rural areas. And I picked up a...
I'm so sorry to disturb
Yeah,
you.
yeah. So that is another thing that in India for the last 70 years we have been at it. In the 1948 industrial policy, this was there. So this is the large context which inhabit the opportunities and the innovation space of livelihoods that we have. So if I were to first start with Lighthouse and Herald High, from your experiences, where do you see some of these opportunities as we talk about the gig platform economy is a massive opportunity that everyone talks about. The second opportunity one talks about is on the health. We heard in the previous session with aging population and stuff like that. How is your experience around that? So two of these large growth opportunities, if both of you could come on that, and what you have done to make it work.
Of the sectors?
In terms of the sectors, if you were to say.
Yeah, thanks, Anish, and thanks, Anuja, and thanks, Jamie, GOYN, Alice. I'll come to that, Anish, but, just taking a step back, we have a lot of statistics here, but I'd like to bring your attention to the video we saw. There was a very nice video of Lighthouse. There was Kedar Jagdale, I think, in WNS. All right, got a nice job, and the confidence you're speaking, and Altaf, right? And I remember WNS because I was at WNS, and it sort of stands out to me. And a story I came across last week in MP, last couple of weeks back. So we are doing a program with UN Women, State Government of MP, and Micron Foundation for Women in STEM to draw career pathways in STEM. And the social sector is a roller coaster of emotions. So we have a young guy here saying he's got such a good job. And last month we got on the demand side, we got Foxconn as an employer. And there were 48 women from MP who were to join there. And then there was this molestation in Calcutta, and all of them refused the job. And that, I'm bringing that up not to talk about the social problems of India, but I'm just saying the outlook of rural and urban people on employment, So I'm trained to be an engineer, but most of the time in the social space, you've got to be an economist. we talk about development economics, but I think it's more important to understand the economics of development. So when you talk about sectors, just coming back to that video, I think that's an urban youth talking about a financial system, a financial job profile. That's very easy for urban because they navigate complex systems socio-emotionally. It's very easy, it's second nature to them. When you go to the rural space, you need to look at demand side which are task and community oriented. So just bringing out that nuance, I think, we have that, with no comment here, but we have lies, damn lies, and then we have statistics. But when you come into this, you need to understand behaviors. You need to understand what are the lived experiences of rural youth before you align it with a sector. So I think there's a couple of truisms we have when we look at sectors, when we look at jobs. So the first truism is the lived experience of rural youth are very different. We think it's an access and opportunity issue. But as Amartya Sen says, the capability of rural youth, the way they engage with markets are different. So most of the rural youth come from impoverished families. So their income, it goes back to a subsistence deprived household. So it's very difficult to talk about career building and, adding skills to myself because they are just, even the first 5 years of their life, they are just trying to support their subsistence-focused household. Number two, there's a very layered demographic in rural. You have out-of-school rural, and then you have rural youth in education, in the formal education system. In the formal education system, there's a lot of, the education to work transition is very patchy. It goes up and down, it's fuzzy, we call it information asymmetry. I think Alice saw it when we went to Raichur. There's such a tendency to go in for government jobs, and they're talking about 9 years. And as I spent more time with Raichur, I was not surprised about a youth wanting government jobs. What was even more surprising is the parent of the youth is waiting for a long gestation period before the child gets a job, which in some ways is more than 9 years. So you need to address other sides of the employment conundrum.
If you could, Pankaj, elaborate on how you addressed some of this.
I think what we did is we simplified it. It's, what works best. We didn't take a fire hose approach to skilling. We said we'll break it down. We will do foundational, and since I'm from the outsourcing industry, WNS, we outsource the entire domain skilling onto the employers. And we have employers like, say, an Indian Hotels or a Tata Trent in the retail space, which sort of absorbs the domain skills, and they give us that gestation period of 6 months, 9 months before people settle down. So we worked on foundational skills. Number two, what we did is, as I said, firehouse doesn't work. You just need to take part of the problem, maybe 50%, maybe 20%. But when you're dealing with rural youth, I sort of think, unless it's a task-based sector, we stay away from the domain and work on employability, the foundational part.
So if I can build from your experience, and you have looked at agency building in a very central way, so you could describe that.
I think in this room, there's just example of agency all around, wherever you see. And, from the Honorable Commissioner to everybody spoke about that. In very simple terms, the way we see it is that how do we enable the young person to make informed life choices? I mean, that's to me is about agency. Because like I said, my third point was about this gap between demand and aspiration. Who is talking to the young people that what do they want to do? Do they know what do they want to do? Is somebody talking to them about their dreams and what they want to do in the long term, right? I mean, there's, you saw, of course, everybody, thanks to, for your connections to the film. Of course, you saw a couple of examples there, but we have 40,000 plus such examples where we have done precisely this work. And that's the starting point, right? The second is we have actually two of our really esteemed donors here. There's, of course, Abhinav here from MSDF and Saurabh from JPMC. With them, we started working on the whole demand side, right? Without employer advocacy, If we just send young people for interviews, it's not going to work. Believe me or not, in our work, there's daily failure much more than the success that you see. Today, we're celebrating the success, but every day we fail 10 times. We make 20 attempts and 2 of them succeed. So thanks to them, I mean, for example, with JP Morgan, we're particularly working with the logistics sector. We went around, we actually are working with more than 10 employers to say that what is it that you need? What are the skill needs for your organization? How do we build aspiration in the young people? Right from, for example, taking young people to simply the office of DTDC, right? That's it. That's all we need to do. Make them, bring the HR people to the lighthouses. Now we have, I mean, you saw how many beautiful spaces that we have in Pune. Just bringing the employers to our spaces and not just, you know, making them meet in formal interview settings. So
we talked about foundational, we talked about agency, and we talked about employer advocacy.
Yeah.
What else you would say would work to connect with the
yeah, and
what else you would say would connect with the larger economy? And now you keep reading about 2050, one is talking about gig economy, and our chief economic advisor always talks about that, you know, creating a massive set of jobs. So where do you see these connections happening?
Anish, I'll say 2 things. One is that, you know, it's from a smaller picture. We have to see, particularly organizations like ours, have to see inside out as well, right? So today, one of the things that we did is actually 20% of our staff is Lighthouse alumni. Just give me a shout out if you are a Lighthouse alumni and
Fabulous.
now working, you know, with us. Yesterday, I was talking to our event company and I said, you have to now employ 2 people. You have to promise me that you will employ 2 people into your organization, right? So the hyper-local, my husband's sitting in the audience and he is employing Lighthouse Communities Youth as well, right? So the power of hyper-local employers, you know, it's immense. So we really need to build that network. And at Lighthouse Communities Foundation, we have 5,000 plus such employer networks. So that's number 1. Number 2 is about the retention, not just getting people into the young people into the workforce, but also being with them long term. So today, our retention rate for the Lighthouse alumni is about 70%, which means 70% stay in the workforce. And basically, they keep dealing with the barriers, right? It is a lot of barriers. So those are the 2 things.
Fabulous. Hyper-local and retention. I just on time. I wanted to check.
Really
what time
sorry.
we have? How much time is this? We're 20 minutes into the conversation.
We are already running late, so I would just...
how much time we should budget?
5 we
5
can give
minutes?
5 minutes per panel.
End time, if you were to now say, that's 12:45. Is that okay?
Yeah.
12:45. Thanks. That makes it. So if I were to come, now these are some of the things that seem to be working on ground. And if I were to come to you, Abhinav, now you have looked at this space from a very different vantage position. And in India now we are talking about a very massive rural-urban continuum and the mobility. So today actually, and if you were to go and talk to the people in the habitation settlement, they don't talk of the binary in rural and urban. How do you look at, when we look at opportunity youth connecting to opportunities, the rural-urban continuum, and what in your mind seems to be working at that continuum point?
Sure. First of all, congratulations to the GOYN community and Lighthouse Communities Foundation for the wonderful gathering. And it's been a pleasure to be associated with Lighthouse Community Foundations for the past 3 years. And I have just learned on this journey. Now, coming to Anisha's question, on the rural-urban continuum, no matter which way you slice or dice the data, the opportunity exists. The opportunity exists on both sides, which is India growing at a significant pace, which is much higher than the West, so as to say. And on the other side, India having the right set of demographics to be able to cater to that growth. Now, in order to cater to that growth, I would really split it into three parts. First is the entire job space. I will not call it livelihood space because I will split it into 3 parts. The first part is the job space where you need a lot of employees to be employed in the jobs that will get created in the country. The second part is really who will create these jobs. Those are the entrepreneurs that we've been talking about. There will be a handful of entrepreneurs in the country which will create jobs for the millions, and they can be on the manufacturing side, software as a service is coming up. There are multiple sectors that are coming up in the country, and there is enough opportunity even for the entrepreneurs. The third space, which has not really been talked about so much in the country and is flourishing, which Anish has been referring to, is the gig or the self-employment space. It is a bit different from the entrepreneurs in the sense that the gigging or the self-employment space does not employ others, but it is creating jobs for oneself rather than creating jobs for others. And that's the differentiation that I would bring about between the second and the third. The second and the third require different kinds of solution. The first, I think, is where GOYN as well as Lighthouse Community Foundation has the maximum strength. There are strengths in the second and the third phase as well, but let me focus on first for a minute because there is limited time available. Anuja has spoken about the demand-supply gap. Anuja has spoken about youth's opportunities and the availability of the youth and the access to opportunities. Really, what is holding them back? What is holding them back is actually the information gap that exists. It's actually the skill gap that exists. What do employers want is very different from what do youth aspire to be. Specifically in the communities that Lighthouse Communities Foundation work with. And why is that existing today? That is existing today only because of access to information is lacking. Lighthouse Community Foundation works on a very beautiful foundation course. I'm sure all of you are aware about it. But for those of you who are not aware about it, I would urge you strongly to visit one of the Lighthouse centers once the convention is over and experience for yourself what the foundation course actually delivers. With that foundation course and with that confidence in the youth, they're able to come up and speak to anyone, any of the employers out there. That coupled with the fact that what opportunities exist, what are the demand that the employers are bringing to the table is really what can solve for the conundrum on the first part of the picture. What I would urge more of the community to do is get more employers into the picture. We've been working on multiple such projects, whether it is with National Skill Development Corporation, whether it is with Lighthouse Community Foundation. What is lacking across all projects is engagement with the employers. In Lighthouse Community Foundation, a lot of effort is being made on engagement with the employers, whether it is through the industry bodies, whether it is through direct association with the employers. But I would say it is still 5% of what the opportunity exists. Employers coming into the skilling space, employers talking about what kind of skills are needed will really solve the problem of reskilling and upskilling that the employers are doing today at their premises. Why does an Infosys, why does a TCS, why does any of the IT service providers, why does any of the BFSI insurance players need to reskill players that they reskill the youth that they are hiring either from the colleges, either from the ITIs, or from any of the vocational centers that exist in the country today? Why can't the vocational centers be the place where they skill? And that's where you need the right employer participation into design of these skilling programs, and not just to say that we'll come and hire from you. It is increasing, but there is a lot of opportunity that exists over there.
This is fabulous, and this in many places, both in India and globally. And there, the rural-urban continuum plays at a very different level in other countries. But the point that you make about getting an employer in the room right at the starting point itself is a very critical point. And if I were to come to you, yeah. Oh, sorry. Vikas, you see, the GOYN communities are very strongly anchored, and as Jamie was putting it in the place. This is something at Rain Matter, the place matters. And in many ways, Rain Matter very strongly is anchored around that. How do you see that playing out in context of opportunity youth connecting to opportunities?
Thanks, Anish, for the question. And before I start, and before the timer starts, just two disclaimers. First disclaimer is I might use some examples with the here and now examples. It doesn't mean that we're targeting anyone or being judgmental on anything. Second one, we've been confusing too much between age and youth. Age is a number, and youth is a state of mind and heart, and the energy it generates. So everybody in the room are youth, right? And the last disclaimer, when I sit in the audience and hear a panel, the panel takes all the time and gives no time for the questions. So I promise to all of you, I would love to discuss if you have any questions beyond this panel and learn from all of you, right? So with these three disclaimers, Anish, to your question, basically, we look at place from a lens of positive place ownership, right? What is a place? A place is like, of course, place is a place where humans, animals, insects, everybody live in harmony. And how sustainable can we make it for everyone? What is our interaction to the place which makes it sustainable for everyone? Are we looking at place as a consumer, or are we looking at place as a owner to make it better for everyone to live for? So that's the primary lens with which we're looking at place. And once you start looking at it from that lens, then there's a plethora of options or opportunities, as we call it, right? Today, the fundamental syndrome, we call it as an elsewhere syndrome. Most of the things we need to live, most of the solutions, everything is coming from elsewhere. The day it starts coming from the place, the day it starts coming from the biodiversity of the place, or as we call it, abundance, ecological abundance, right? That's where the place will be better. That's where the humans of the place will be in a better situation. That's where the other living beings will be in a better situation, right? So that's the fundamental lens from which we are coming.
And this means there would be a lot of economic opportunities latent, now not visible, but that could be created.
Absolutely, right? So that's where we say circular economy with regenerative ecology, right? We can build a circular economic system, but if the ecology doesn't regenerate, then your bitcoins are lost, right? The whole economic system, bitcoins, is the ecology, right? So if you are destroying the foundation of the ecology of a place, then the place becomes unlivable. Then the whole economic activity dies down in another 10, 15, 20 years.
It's fabulous, so well put. Now, Sheena, if I were to come to you, if you were to look at the massive innovation in financing some of these efforts that has happened with the social stock exchange in India, how do you see, in context of the various communities present, what kind of opportunities and the insights that we have that can be taken to other communities?
Firstly, thank you for having me here. It's been wonderful. Unfortunately, I missed yesterday, but I think I relived through the video. So it's great to be here. Anish, I'll just take one step back. Just going back to your data points that you started with. I think we all must agree India's at a great place. And there's a lot of opportunity. From a BSE standpoint, the number of DMAT accounts, if I had to compare over the last 10 years, is exponentially increased. And even if I look at just that data point, I think there is so much more that can be contributed by the youth, for the youth, at an economic level. And now sort of drilling it down from a macro perspective to a more micro perspective, I think we have, social stock exchange is still the new kid on the block. It's only been a few years. We've learned a lot from our counterparts over the globe, some that have worked and some that have not worked. And we continue to do that because there's a lot of learning. And the social stock exchange that has come about in India has been a culmination of a lot of the learnings that are there. How do we ensure we listen to the ground and to the communities? And some of you who actually do a lot of work in the communities, how is it that we provide and listen to the funders that are also on the panel? How do we ensure that there is more opportunity for funding, more opportunity for domestic funding? How do we encourage everyday giving? Whether today it is the youth that's sitting in the audience or some of us 50 plus that are here or inching on 50. The idea is coming back to his point on abundance. How do we create that aspect of abundance in a sector that is unfortunately devoid? Everybody is always looking for funds. The platform provides you ample opportunity. It is still a young kid. We are still learning, not just from our counterparts abroad, but also from the dynamics that this country actually provides and the the regulatory system that we have to sort of align to. So I'm going to pause there.
So I am very conscious. You said 12:45. This is 33, and because you have said that we must take audience questions, right? So we can take 2 rounds in the 12:45 deadline that you have kept. Two questions together.
So Anish, while the mic gets passed, I just wanted to add, you asked me, how do we create these opportunities, right? Fundamentally, we are looking at 2 foundational principles. One is the decentralized production systems, which are aligned to the place for the place, right? And the production system being aligned to the local biodiversity rather than the extractive processes and use of different kind of materials which are, non-regenerative. Right? So,
Very well placed. And that's an opportunity, abundance opportunity.
yeah.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Vikas. I am from Dapodi Lighthouse Center. And my question is to Abhinav that we have, discussed, and you mentioned all the thing about technology. And now, today, technology is flourishing with AI, machines, and everything. So next to that, we are bringing students, we are reaching to the youth, and then we're developing them, and we're placing them to the job. Now, the thing is that next to this, sustainability. So what approach will be suitable to study the sustainability development to maintain the balance in the economy?
When you talk about sustainability, are you talking about sustainability in jobs, or are you talking about ecological sustainability?
Sustainability in terms of job, and even though economically, because if there is a job, then economically will be balanced. If the students want to upgrade his skill, then he need to study the next level, and the study that I need to, the approach that need to be known.
Let's take one more for you.
Sure. Okay. Till the time someone else thinks of a question, I'll go ahead and answer that. In terms of sustainability in job, I think youth till a certain time need a bit of a hand-holding. That hand-holding support, and we've seen this across organizations. This is because of what someone else on the panel mentioned, what Pankaj mentioned about the exposure in the rural space. So the exposure in the rural and the urban economies are very different. And if I drill down within urban also, the exposure across different SEC classes is very, very different. And that's the reason you need a lot of hand-holding even when the youth is in a job. I'll give you a very small example. There are enough youth examples that I've come across where youth leave the job on the second day of the job just because the manager has said something to them which was not in line with what they were expecting. For example, a barista, Starbucks barista, the coffee was not made well, got a beating down from the manager, and the next day does not show up on the job. That is not a reason to not show up on the job. That is a reason to learn from the manager, to learn from others on the job on what is going wrong and fix your problems. The way you are learning, the way you will succeed is when you build upon your failures. And that have to be encouraged to learn about. So this is just a small example. There are multiple such situations which the youth face at work, which can be counseled, which can be solved when the youth have right form of support. Not just that, for example, where to live, what sort of support to give in terms of various communities. A lot of time these youth are migrating to different places for the job. So how to find the right housing, how to find the right food, how to find the right shelter, how to commute to work, all these are actual problems which we don't think about because they come as second nature to us. And when you have support, when you have the right kind of people who are solving that for you, it becomes easier for you to be sustainable in the job.
Very good point. Retention. So focus on retention. Yeah.
I think there's a question there.
Yes.
Hello everyone, namaste. My name is Prashant. I work in the livelihood maximization program. That's the Kaushalyam. I strongly resonate with the thoughts you have propounded, and it's very intriguing and thought-provoking conversation. Thank you for that. I have a question, taking the conversation from previous panel ahead. I have a question on the opportunity and the democratization of opportunities. So we already in the fourth industrial revolution, and we are experiencing so many things about that. So are we really prepared as a sector at whole and the industry at a large to experience and to give a solution to those kind of challenges which are coming right now?
Pankaj, you like to take this?
So if I rephrase, you're talking about the technology-led. I have a perspective which may be a little odd, but the printing press was a technology disruption when it came, right? So I think there are two, aspects we look at. There's judgment and there's repetition. I think judgment-based jobs will keep getting increasing. You'll get more high-value jobs, and that will lead to a uptick in the competency. I think when we talk about foundational skills, we previously talked about English, literacy, numeracy. I think over the next 5 years, foundational skills will be very different. So that will be a change, but that just opens up other kinds of jobs. So I think the challenge we have is actually one of timing. We need to increase the competencies of the youth at a much faster pace and beat technology. So, it's that Africa problem. If you're a gazelle, you'll say, I need to outrun the fastest lion. And if you're a lion, you'll say, I need to run faster than the gazelle. Whereas both of you, one ends up as food and the other ends up hungry.
Yeah. So, Pankaj, if you were to say, in terms of the foundational skills that you in the communities that you work, you provide, and if one were to look at other GOYN communities, what else one could do there to this fourth industrial revolution, the artificial intelligence, how do we match up to the challenges of that front? You could.
It's a difficult question because I don't know the answer, but what we have been doing now is, I think, see, in a country with challenged state capacity, and most of the communities are that, we need to take the power of markets. And what are markets? Markets are forms of exchange. Now, when you go rural, the form of exchange we take are task-oriented, supply chain. We don't take financial services to the village, right? I think the great yonder, which we see the rural landscape, is about, instead of doing an urban to rural commerce, which is either way playing out, rural to urban, I think, is one part of it. But what about peer-to-peer? The interaction, what Vikas put very well. What about if that is a system, what is the economy of that closed system? So I think rather than talk about technology, I think we are running a large program on digital public goods, which is the point you talk about. We are looking at how ONDC will facilitate commerce. But I think Mr. Koshi may not like it, but while there's so much talk about ONDC, I think the real intervention is OCAN, the credit. All right, when credit goes to the last mile, commerce is a common sense, right? India, human beings are always around commerce. So the technology, the way we are looking at technology now, there will be an adjacency which grows, which we have not seen yet. Yeah. But the digital stack in India, for me, I think the most promising thing is OCAN, credit.
Fabulous. Yeah, if you could.
Just to answer your question, are we prepared? No. Will we ever be prepared? I don't know. It's a journey, so enjoy it and do your best.
So if I can, there's a very interesting, the ILO study found something staggering. They found that 75% of the young were unable to send an email with attachment. They were able to send emails, but not with attachment. So when you are talking of, say, ONDC or OCN, you need these kinds of digital proficiencies. And if, Pankaj, I'm aware of your work, so when you say that no one will be left, no young people will be left behind, if you were to say no young person would also be left behind from the emerging digital society and economy. So that could be one way of addressing it. But if I can take another, and then you could come. Yeah, one more, last one.
Hello. This question is addressed to Sheena. My name is Andre. I'm a donor and a dear friend of Ruchi and Anuja. A few months ago, Ruchi was speaking with me and she was saying that for a donation that I wish to make, it could have been routed through the social stock exchange. Yeah, sorry. And then, we finally said that the modalities were not clear, etc., and therefore I donated directly to Lighthouse. Could you just explain to me what would be the advantages to anyone in the system if the donation, let's say, which I want to target to Lighthouse, for example, comes through the social stock exchange? And how does this entire thing work? And were the problems that existed a few months ago now sorted out? And if in the future I want to donate, can I donate through the social stock exchange? And what advantages does it confer to anyone who's involved in the system?
I wish I had more than 2 minutes to answer your question, but a lot of the modalities have been eased out. The social stock exchange, effective May, has also a tax benefit for the not-for-profits. For now, the process has, like I said, it's a new baby. We're trying to ensure that the legalities, regulatories, the due diligence, at the end of the day, it's still a stock exchange. We need to ensure that there is, if you are a not-for-profit that is coming on the stock exchange, there is some level of accountability, transparency, and credibility that you are there on that platform, which brings in the reporting and the governance structures that it requires. However, because we have so many committees that are looking into it to ensure that there is no gap between the exchange mechanism and what the not-for-profit can provide, we have actually changed and simplified a lot of it. So the process so far, yes, it's still work in progress, but it has made a lot of difference. There are many more organizations today. There's between the two stock exchanges, the platform by itself has 100 plus registered organizations. We have 10 listed entities that have raised to the tune of 22 crores today. And we see that it will enhance on an ongoing basis. But I think two other points that I'd like to make is, from a donor perspective, I think the seamlessness of donation, because it's a technology platform, you could be on a Zerodha and contribute to a listed not-for-profit, but the entity has to be listed to be able to get access to the funds.
Yeah. So the tax benefit that you spoke about is is to Lighthouse, is it? When I donate through the stock exchange, they get
to the donor. ATG is for the donor.
But I get ATG even if I donate directly
Yes, you
to
do,
Lighthouse.
But earlier, social stock exchange did not have that. Effective May, it does now.
So what is the advantage to the donor to donate via the social stock exchange?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you so much. Time is up, we know, and we had a fabulous conversation. So for the audience who patiently listened to us, a big round of applause is in order.
Anish, I'd like to...
Panel, for the fabulous panel that we have, who share generously their insights, and I'm sure all the communities across the GOYN would benefit from this conversation, and more can continue post this session over tea, coffee, lunch. So look forward to that. You wanted to add something?
I'd like to, just add on the digital thing. So I bought a vehicle a week back, automatic, full electronic panel, and I'm an automobile engineer. So, I didn't understand the vehicle. And my 16-year-old son has figured out the entire panel. He doesn't know how to drive. Huh? The future is young. That's what I'm saying. I think this digital thing, we are beating it. The digital dinosaurs will get extinct. You guys are already a digital generation. If you make it like an abyss, like a fault line, I think that's the problem. It's not. You guys are digital first. Digital natives, I think that's the right word. So I'd like, yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. So the lunch is now served. Delegates and all our special guests, please your lunch is served at the ground floor, and all the LCF staffs and the volunteers, the lunch is served at L1 basement. Once again, all the delegates and special guests, lunch is served in the ground floor, and for LCF staffs and the volunteers, lunch is served at L1 basement. And also I want to say that while you are at it, don't forget to visit our stall set up by our amazing entrepreneurs. And they have some incredible products to showcase, and your support means a lot. Thank you. And we'll be coming back at 1:45 p.m. for the breakout sessions. I request all the panelists in the breakout sessions to be at the breakout session rooms at least at 1:40 p.m.
Request to read the breakout.
So the details of this breakout session are in this LED screen. Please have a look at it. And please be back at 1:45 in the respective breakout session rooms.
There are wayboards. We are already delayed. We can't.
So we are running short of time. So the wayboards are available. And please take the help of all the volunteers, and please be on time.
1:45 sharp. We will start the breakout.
So 1:45 sharp, we'll start the breakout sessions.
to freestand here. No, I'll hold the mic and I'll.
Okay, welcome back everyone. I request everyone who is here to attend the breakout session to please move forward to the front seats. People sitting in the back, requesting all of you to move forward. I still see some people sitting in the back rows. I request all of you to please move forward.
Check, check.
Okay, welcome back. We are going to get started with a little activity. So requesting all of you to please put your phones away and to bring your bodies, your attention, your mind and your hearts into this room so that we can get started. And we are going to start with a little musical activity. So all you have to do, just like before, is just follow us along. Okay? Repeat after me. We're just going to catch the tune first and then we'll get to the actions. Yeah? It's very simple. Dum dum da da. Dum dum da da. Dum dum da da. Okay, that's all you need to know. Now we're just going to add actions to this. Yeah?
Dum dum da da. 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 Dum dum da 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 da. Dum dum da 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 da. Dum dum da 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 da. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a privilege to introduce Daisy Chesang, who is the Senior Associate at Global Development Incubator in Nairobi, Kenya. Daisy drives innovation strategies with a focus on a human-centered approach to problem solving. She currently leads an initiative with GOYN that seeks to create youth employment, policy, capacity development, and investment opportunities for the creative youths in Mombasa. She specially requested some more energy, so please put your hands together for Daisy.
Hello, good afternoon. I thought we ate lunch. Good afternoon. Good. I need to bring the energy back. Thank you so much for joining our session today. Please, if you are seated on the far end, come closer. We are talking about finances. I think this is something you want to hear. For the discussion today, we want to understand how does financial inclusion connect to youth economic opportunity. From the previous panels, we've had discussion about livelihood, about placement. But as a young person, you have your finances. How are you managing it? And if you are, where are you taking your finances? Are you saving? Are you getting credit? Are you putting aside to buy a motorcycle? Are you putting aside to cover your business? A lot of young people are outside there showcasing amazing innovations. However, how are they investing in those businesses themselves? So our panel discussion today will be focusing on that. And before we start, and I introduce our amazing panelists, I have a question for the room. There's a gift, right? Yes, she's confirmed. There's a gift. I have a question to the young people. If you are a young person in the room, please, by show of hands, let me see you. I know you are young. Please put your hand up. It's okay. We are all young. So I want to pick the lady seated at the middle. Stand, please. Yes. Yes, you're looking back. Yes, you. Yes. I have a question for you. You're lucky. You have a gift today. As a young person, have you ever had a challenge accessing any form of financial service? Either getting credit, getting loan, even getting insurance. How has it been for you? Oh, just a minute. I think the mic is coming. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, sometimes I get really confused, like how should I save money or which should I take, like credit card or debit card?
Is this the point where I ask you how much you've saved?
Very less.
Okay. Yeah. What's your name? Sorry?
Smita Deepak Kumar.
From?
Odisha.
Odisha. Oh, young people from Odisha are asking about savings.
Yes.
So today you will hear about it. There are young people all the way from Tanzania doing it in a very interesting way. So please do sit and hear from them.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Great. So I'll quickly do a presentation. I don't want to spend so much time on that. I can have the presentation up. We want to talk about youth financial inclusion. But what exactly is youth financial inclusion? Where do we start? We keep on saying young people are actually looking for these answers. How do they save? How do they increase their insurance? How do they increase their credit? How do they even come together as young people and save? And this year, the beginning of this year, in partnership with our partners from Prudential Financial Inc., we were able to do an extensive research. And this is the first time that we are actually sharing this research. So everyone in this room, this is the first time you're getting to see some of the beautiful interventions across all the GOYN communities. We can go to next. So before I unleash this beautiful study, we'll quickly go through this. We'll have a quick introduction, and we'll introduce our speakers for the day. So if I take a bit of time, this is where we are. And then we'll have Q&A. We'll take more time here. So please, as the session is going on, write your questions for the anchor partners, for the community, for the funders in the room, and also for the young people. And then finally, we'll end it out in the next 60 minutes. Financial inclusion, like I mentioned before, we did a very beautiful study. We'll be sharing this across all communities, so do not worry. You get to have an in-depth of the presentation. We were able to do this study, through one-on-one discussion with anchor partners across all GOYN communities. So as you seated here, do know that your community did have an interaction with us. We got to understand from the young people directly through our focus group discussion, and we did interview a couple of financial experts. But why were we doing this? Our objective is to link livelihood and financial inclusion. At what point do they connect? Do they affect each other? We want to hear it today from our panelists. How do we better document some of the initiatives? Our communities will be sharing that during our panel. And finally, how do we use this information to actually make better future intervention design and actually facilitate learning? As we go ahead, we were able to develop some of the framework. And we ask ourselves, we hear about youth financial inclusion. What does it mean? For GOYN, it refers to the widespread, meaningful and appropriate usage of financial services. And you ask yourself, why does it matter? Why does financial inclusion matter? When you have appropriate financial services, as a young person, you are able to start a business, either through credit or saving. You are able to manage your own finances. You're also able to invest in the future. If you keep on saving, you can put money aside and invest in your future. I know you want to buy a motorbike for your business. This is where you start. And you can actually build financial resilience. I don't know if this is a culture, but so many times when we have job loss, we have illness in the family, we go around and ask, could you contribute this amount of money towards my auntie, my grandma? How do we prepare you for that? And next, what builds a youth financial inclusion? Where do you start? We had a look at 4 services. There are a lot of services, but for the young people, we really focus on these 4. We look at payment service. A lot of us have bank accounts, you have digital payment platform and so forth. We're looking at your savings, how you're saving and so forth. We look at your credit. Do you borrow from Shylock? Do you tell your friends, I'll give you my motorbike in exchange for this amount of money? We want to see that. Insurance, are you taking it for your business? Are you taking it for your health and so forth, and even for your education? Then we're saying, what exactly is the building block of youth financial inclusion? We look at agency. How comfortable are you to make a decision about if this is a good decision for me as a young person financially to save, or where do I put it? How confident are you to do that? Financial capability. Are you able to quickly understand a service like insurance, a service like credit? Access. Can you walk outside here and quickly get a credit facility or a credit service or a saving service? How easily accessible is it for you? Usage. How frequent do you use it? Once a month, once a year, never? Quality and appropriateness. For a young person, there are some services that I've heard of, but I've never used. Why is that? We want to hear from you. And with that, we believe this is the framework towards achieving youth economic opportunity. However, as we speak to young people across all the GOYN communities, there are a lot of challenges. And you will get to see from one amazing young person from Gulbag who is going to speak about their challenges. However, on a global level, these are the 7 we are continuously seeing. We are seeing lack of access to formal financial services. You will see some of the young people from the community are putting money in a physical box and locking it. So we'll get to hear about that. Lack of funds. Not everyone is able to sustain their bank accounts or even open one. Cost of service. How frequent, when I withdraw money from the bank or so forth, it charges me an amount. Do I even have it? Family influence. I have to ask my mom. I have to ask my dad. I have to ask my auntie before I make this decision. lack of trust. Some young people are looking at this, I've had my money taken from my account, I never knew about it, I don't trust the bank, I don't trust formal services, and I also do not trust the process as a whole. And then we're seeing barriers to access. In some communities, it's very difficult for you to do back and forth to either of the formal services like a bank. So you need to save up for transport to actually go to the bank. How easy is it for you to access service? And 7, perceived irrelevance. There's some services young people are just saying, we actually don't think we need this. So we'll hear from them today. And as we conclude, before I introduce our amazing panel, we were able to capture very amazing takeaways. And from this is where we will open our discussion. As we speak to young people, there is a growing financial agency. They are continuing to believe themselves, they're talking more about money, but that is where it ends. We want to go even further. And how does the policy within the different environment affect them? There are different policies in different communities that are making it either easier or hard for young people to access some of the service. There are limited correlation. When you look at access and usage, not the same. As I've mentioned on the next point. Payment service is very common. Everyone is making payment. However, we're not seeing anything progressing beyond there. And across communities, savings is well understood, but there is a lot of room for growth in their usage by youth. We'll get to hear from different communities how they're implementing that. And finally, we call for localized intervention. What is happening in Pune is not what is happening in Tanga, is not what is happening in Mombasa, and it's not what is happening in Chess. So how do we provide intervention for the different communities? And now, I want us to welcome our panelists. We have listened to the amazing takeaways. I want to introduce them to take us through the discussion. I will start with the young person in the room. Please do give him energy. Please, I ask. This is Mahesh Brege, all the way from Gulba, from Hedeld High. Mahesh, where are you? Yes. Mahesh represents the young people of Gulba as an economic resilience manager also at Hedeld High. He works with a farmer community to raise awareness about livelihood schemes, promote economic growth, equipping farmers to absorb and recover from shocks and stress in their agricultural production and livelihood. A round of applause for Mahesh. Please have a seat. Next, we have Kumar Manjunath. Kumar, where are you? Great. Kumar is a postgraduate in development management, has over a decade of corporate experience, Future Group, Hydrogen Global Solution, and is also the Director of Operation at Held High Foundation. I know you've also come with a big team here, Kumar. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Kumar. Then we have Fatma Minjuma, all the way from Tanzania, joining us. Fatma is an influential leader in Tanga, so when you see her, you know young people in Tanga are logging in online. So round of applause for Fatma. She supports savings and credit pathway for Tanga City. And she's also a champion in innovative mindset training that equips young people with the essential skills for success. So all the young people in the room, you want to hear from Fatma and Mahesh. And last but not least, we have Sarah Kay. Sarah is here with us. Sarah is the Vice President of the Inclusion Solution at Prudential Financial, and also Vice President and Secretary of the Prudential Foundation. She leads strategic philanthropy and partnership to advance the company's purpose commitment to inclusive growth. Sarah will be speaking from a global perspective. So Sarah, we look forward to hearing all the initiatives that you've worked with and also recommendation for our communities that are here. Great. So without taking so much time, I want to hand over to Mahesh. Mahesh, the young people in the room are looking at you. They want to hear about how has it been facing challenges in accessing financial services. They also want to hear how did you overcome them? And are you now confident in making some of the choices when it comes to financial services? So Mahesh, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, all. Okay, so myself, Mahesh, I belongs to Gulbarga community, anchor partner, Headlight Foundation. Before Headlight joining, I was not aware about any financial. I don't know how to about banking, about savings or anything. Even my education also they didn't told me. Because of my family financial crisis, I dropped my educations. Then I started working in my field. So there I struggled a lot. I don't know that about accounts. I don't know savings. Even I don't know how I can manage my life myself. So then later I heard about Life Foundation. So I got to know that there I learned digital literacy, financial literacy. There I got that how to use a UPI payment mode and saving accounts. After crediting my salary, then only I know that this account and this cash I can withdraw from ATM. So this is my small introduction. So okay, so like me, many young people are don't aware about the bank and they don't get any like financial supports and lot of institute in sectors. A lot of banks are there, lot of financial finance are there, but they'll not support. So the even SAG group also there. So this in education college also they'll not tell about that. How we can get the support from bank, how we can get the support from SAGs or any government. So they struggle a lot. Okay, so struggled youth lot. It's not back. Okay, so after getting the graduates also, many of them, they don't have the, in our community, many of them, they don't open the accounts and all. So there we created the awareness about banking, accounts, UPI payment mode, and many government schemes, how we can get the support from government to start up our business and stand up for society there, and also started the UPI payment node, UPI like online payment through. Now we are cashless transactions we have started, and in community also we are giving the awareness about that cashless transactions, how we can implement in our Gulbarga communities. That helps a lot keeping the securities and all. And also started the mutual fund like investment mutual fund, SIPs, systematic investment plans, and also we started the assets and liabilities, that one. Through this our program, so many youths got to know that accounts and investments, and they also got to know that about the first that we have to earn them. First we have to earn, we have to track control our expenses, then we have to save, then we have to make our money double. That amount will be support to us when we don't know that how a disaster, how issues will enter in our life, how we can face in maybe the hospital, maybe the sudden incident, sudden problem comes in our life. So this all we can train to our youth through our workshop every four days. So thank you so much for giving this opportunity, and our director, sir, our mentor, Kumar sir, supported a lot, and I hand over to Kumar sir. Thank you.
Please, let's clap for Kumar. Thank you. Thank you so much. From the young people, you can hear it takes a journey to actually learn about finances. Sometimes we think it's very basic, but it is not. And would like to hear from Kumar from Heldai. Mahesh had to come all the way to the community, to the center, to learn about finances. As an anchor partner in the community, what initiative are you doing? I think the rest of the young people in the room want to hear. Can they come for this training? What is the training about? So over to you, Kumar, please.
This one? Hey, good afternoon. I understand after heavy lunch, I know how you would be feeling. So, so I promise that you don't be so long, no many jargons. I'll ensure that I'll complete in 4 slides, 5 minutes. So Mahesh just introduced himself. Mahesh was one of our OY. He joined us a couple of months back. Then I think you can see the transformation in Mahesh. Mahesh is now leading a group of about 20,000 plus. So he started his journey as OY. Now we can see some transformation over here. Yeah, some of the facts I have pulled in from one of the research program conducted by United Nations Capital Development Fund. So the major points that I could able to pull in from the study is that, so if you observe 2.5 billion youth across the globe, so which is more than half of the working population, today they are excluded from the financial inclusion. Right? When you go to the poorer section, this is further right. The penetration goes up to 80%. 80% of them are excluded from the financial inclusion. When we talk about the basic minimum requirement, which is a savings bank account, if you see the penetration, the continents like Africa has got 12% of the penetration. When it goes to the advanced countries, most advanced countries, it goes up to 50%. That means there is a gap. It's visible over there. Then coming back to the having a basic savings bank account, I mean this I witnessed during the ecosystem mapping as well. 33% of the youth are more likely compared to the adults are not having the bank accounts. So these are basic things. But when we come to the decision making, when you come to the financial inclusion, youth are completely excluded. So this is not just head-eyes observation in the communities, but the United Nations Capital Development Funds also talks about it. So what are the major barriers? So as I mentioned, we just finished the ecosystem mapping. We could able to make out 3 major barriers. The barriers are the lack of financial literacy in the school level. So in 2020, Government of India has come up with National Education Policy, NEP 2020. So there one of the component is to touch upon the financial literacy. However, the state governments are not promoting. So in India, we have about 800 plus courses, which has got master degree as well. But when it comes to financial inclusion, from the school level, we don't see many content or many push over there. Then the second barrier that we could see is the limited youth-centric the programs that we have. So I was interacting with one of the youth during my last visit to Raichur. He was mentioning, sir, I want to take up hotel management as one of my career opportunity. But however, I'm finding it difficult to get financing support. So then I reached out to State Bank of India. Can you do something? Right? So, sir, hum dekhenge. Sir, we'll see. We'll see how do we support him. This guy struggled to meet the manager for first 3 months. 4th month, he came back saying that, sir, no, nothing much is moving. Then I reached out to the district administration saying, can you do something? Right? Similarly, we, as one of the outcome pillar in Raichur, we support young artisans. So one of the young girl I met, aged about 20 to 23, she has brilliant products. But unfortunately, to scale her program, she's struggling with the finances. And there's no much support. It is so complex that it's very difficult for them to meet the compliance requirement and get the credit facility. Like similarly, the third largest or the third main important barrier for the youth is about the limitation of tools. In India, we don't have much tools for the financial literacy. Recently, one of the survey the UNICEF has done, and they have come back saying that there are 4 or 5 programs. So these are the main 3 barriers we could see. And I say that if you don't tackle these barriers, we are going to leave behind the entire generation, which is untapped. So what is our approach? We did the convergence model. The aggregation is possible only through the government partnership. So we partnered with the district administration. So this partnership is helping us to reach out to 300,000 youth between Raichur and Gulbarga. So we reached out to them, we partnered with them for the aggregation support. Then we went back to UNICEF to partner with them for the brilliant content that they have come up. So as per the studies conducted by UNICEF, it says that any financial inclusion training programs completion rate across the globe is less than 22%. It is 2% in some of the most backward countries and 22% in some of the advanced countries. The reason behind this is the lack of awareness and also the promotion. There is no proper nudging to complete the program. UNICEF has come up with a brilliant program where they have addressed this. Through this program, we have the course completion percentage up to 68. So which has gone gone from 20 to 23 to 68% now. And then, as I was mentioning, so we have partnered with Rangde. Rangde is one of the largest social funding organization. We reached out to them. How do we support the youth in getting the access to credit? So with this approach, in last 4 months, we could able to support 4,651 youth between Raichur and Gulbarga, and 200 plus have received the credit support as well. So the mission is to support 300,000 youth over next 4 years. So what did we do? What do we do in the communities? We focus on these 4 aspects. Majorly the essentials of financial, what are the basic minimum requirement that is required to know. So when we see the content, all the contents were above 50 hours. So when we reached out to UNICEF, it was further customized and brought down to 10 plus hours, which focuses majorly on these 4 aspects, wherein financial planning is one of the most. When it comes to financial planning, we start with investing at the early age. If a person starting investing just 1,000 rupees for the initial 20 years, constantly, by the end of 20 years at the annual growth rate of 12%, he could able to save about 23 lakhs. So then we also, in the planning, we also introduce the finance, the insurance schemes that are available. We also take them through the various tax formats, tax-friendly insurance schemes and those stuffs. When it comes to the safety, between January to April this year, there are 740,000 cyber complaints have been registered in India. And people have lost about 1,750 crores just in the cyber crime. And this is, more than 50% have not even registered. If you go to the rural area, they don't register. Right? So we are bringing in awareness in them through the financial literacy program. And we are trying to save their hard-earned money. So these are some of the interventions that we are having. As I mentioned, the journey started about 4 months ago, and we are in a mission to support about 300,000 youth. So with this, I'll conclude my presentation. I don't think I exceeded my committed time. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kumar, for that amazing work being done in Raichur and Gulbarga. We are seeing a lot of awareness training sessions happening. Mahesh is here as a testament of that. We want to move all the way from one continent to another. We want to hear from Tanzania in Tanga in Tanzania, sorry. We want to see what Fatma and the amazing young people are doing when it comes to savings. From our study, we are seeing a lot of critical importance of how savings has helped young people start businesses. It has helped them survive economic shocks. For example, if someone is ill, they're able to contribute and so forth. So I want to welcome Fatma. I must say Fatma has an amazing story about how they're saving. This, for me, it's one of the stories I would really want to encourage young people here to hear how they're doing it. Also, Fatma will be speaking in Swahili, So you will allow me to translate in between. But please, Fatma, welcome. A round of applause for Fatma.
Hi everyone. Jina langu ni Fatma Mwinjuma na nitazungumzia ishu ya uhusishwaji katika masuala ya kifedha. Katika study ndogo ambayo ilifanywa na GOYN Tanga pamoja na National Bureau of Statistics ilionyesha kwamba vijana wa Tanga ni 155,097, lakini wanakutwa na tatizo kubwa la masuala ya uhusishwaji katika ishu za fedha. Na sisi kama GOYN tumekuwa na kama unavyoona pale, kuna changamoto, vijana wanakosa utambuzi wa masuala ya biashara pamoja na ujasiriamali. Lakini pia
Yes. Let me bring everyone before you continue. Just to the back slide. She's introduced Tanga. There are about 155,000 young people. However, there are a lot of challenges happening in Tanga, and she's going to take us through. So allow her to take us through, then I will also translate for everyone in the room. Thank you.
Miongoni mwa hayo matatizo, la kwanza ni ukosefu wa utambuzi wa masuala ya biashara na ujasiriamali. Lakini la pili ni upatikanaji wa fedha. La tatu ni ukosefu wa utambuzi wa rasilimali. Lakini linalofuata ni ukosefu wa taarifa sahihi. Lakini pia kuna ukosefu wa muunganiko wa fursa.
So, why did they start the savings and entrepreneurship in Tanga? Speaking with the young people, the OIs in Tanga, they identify that these are the challenges that they are facing. Lack of business and entrepreneurship skills. To start, you cannot save if you're not able to if you do not have the skills to actually know how to save. Where do you access finance? That continues to be a challenge. The next, they identify there is lack of ability to recognize economic resources, and she will explain further on what that means for the young people of Tanga. They do not have information. So you can see there is a pattern when it comes to information. Access to information continues to be a challenge. And also, networking opportunities. Young people in Tanga do believe that if they are able to network within themselves, they're able to get information. So these are the challenges they're facing. Over to you, Fatma.
Sisi kama GOYN Tanga, njia ambayo tumetumia kumaliza haya matatizo ni kuanzisha program ya elimu ya utambuzi wa kifikra, mindset change training, ambayo inamwezesha kijana kuweza kujitambua, lakini pia kutambua rasilimali zilizomzunguka anazoweza kutumia kiuchumi. Endelea kwanza.
Okay. So they went ahead and launched a program called Mindset Change. It's looking at two things. How do you change how you look at finances? At the same time, how do we help you identify where those finances are? So this is the great work that they are doing in Tanga.
Lakini pia katika hiyo program tunaonyesha kwamba tunamtengeneza kijana aweze kuelewa ni kwa namna gani ana uwezo wa kuweka akiba ndogo ambayo anaipata, na kwa hilo tumeweza kufanikiwa kwa kiasi kikubwa. Ukiangalia pale kuna glasi mbili inayoonyesha half full and a half empty. Huu ni mfano ambao unamwezesha kijana kuelewa ni nini anacho, sio kuangalia nini hana. Akiweza kujua nini anacho, ataweza kuanzia hapo na akakua.
Great. They're using the analogy half empty, half full. When you talk to the young people, do they look at what they have in terms of resources as half full or half empty? As you talk them through mindset change, then they get to see that perhaps they're half full. They just need the other full and they're complete.
Na katika programu hiyo kama unavyoona tumeweza kufikia vijana 444 kupitia programu ya Mindset, lakini tukishirikiana na vijana wa YAG, the Youth Advisory Group, ambao tuliwajengea uwezo wakawa kama facilitator kwa hao vijana 444 wakata 12 za jiji la Tanga, na tumeweza kuunda vikundi vya saving, vikundi 22, na wameweza kusevu zaidi ya milioni 15 za Kitanzania.
Great. So their approach towards this initiative is they work very closely with the YAG members. I know each community does have YAG. They work with the YAG as the train of trainers. So these are the young people talking to other young people. They have been able to get 444 young people through mindset training. And with that, they've gone through 12 wards in Tanga. And with this particular group, they've been able to save about 50 to 60,000 USD, which is about 15 million Tanzania shillings, roughly. And they are intending to grow even further and reach more young people in Tanga.
Kama ambavyo nimetangulia kusema kwamba vijana wengi wa Tanga wanakumbwa na tatizo la kuto kushirikishwa moja kwa moja kwenye masuala ya fedha, sisi tunachofanya ni kuwahusisha tangu wanaanza kuunda vikundi, hatua za awali, kutengeneza mikakati itakayowaongoza kwenye vikundi, lakini pia na utaratibu ambao wao wanaweza wakauishi. Lakini pia kutoka kwenye vikundi wanapata mikopo rahisi na ina masharti nafuu tofauti na sehemu nyingine, na hiyo ni kwa kuanzia inawezesha vijana kuweza kuanzisha biashara, lakini pia kutoka kwenye dimbwi la utegemezi na kupunguza umaskini wa kaya na taifa.
Great. So a lot of young people in Tanga are sharing the same sentiments. They're feeling left out when it comes to conversations about finances. Continuously, it's more of they're following information than easily accessing it. So in Tanga, what they are doing is they're working with the young people from the onset. If you want to save even $1, they are there with you. Doesn't matter how much you want to save, they'll work with you in terms of understanding what does it mean to save, where do you start, and even how can we enable you further. Yeah?
Lakini pia kwa sasa halmashauri ya jiji la Tanga kuna fursa ya upatikanaji wa mikopo 10% loan of youth, ambayo tumeweza kusupport vikundi 23 kuweza kutengeneza katiba pamoja na usajili, lakini vikundi 7 tumevisaidia kutengeneza maandiko ya mradi na kuomba hiyo mikopo ya halmashauri ambayo wanaweza kuitumia kuanzisha na kuboresha biashara zao. Na zaidi ya milioni 500 katika vikundi hivyo 7 zimeombwa.
Perfect. Great news. So the Municipal Council in Tanga has an initiative where they do give young people loans, and Tanga yetu has been working with young people to apply for some of these opportunities. So they've helped them put together their business proposal so that they're able to easily access the loan. It's only 10%.
Oh, youth, they have 4%.
Youth have 4%. Everyone else?
Women and people with disability, they have 2%. Women, they have 4%.
4%. So they're working directly with the young person. If you're interested in taking up this opportunity, the community does help you throughout. And they have been able to support 13, and 7 have actually submitted their business proposal. And cumulatively, they have applied for about 50 to 60,000 USD. Yes.
Thank you. Na tuna malengo ambayo tuliangazia mwanzo kuhakikisha hivi vikundi vinakuwa. Kwanza ni kuendelea na hayo mafunzo kwa kata 15 zilizobaki kwa ajili ya kuwafanya vijana sasa wajitambue, lakini wawe na uwezo wa utambuzi na kuzitumia rasilimali za kiuchumi kuweza kujikwamua. Lakini pia kuendelea na elimu ya masuala ya fedha, lakini pia kuwaunganisha vijana na wadau wanaoendana na matakwa yao. Kwa mfano Tanga City Council kama ambavyo nimesema, mikopo ya halmashauri ndio program ambayo tunaendelea nao kuwaunganisha na hizo fursa. Lakini pia kuorganize network event kama maonyesho, workshop na exchange programs.
Thank you, Fatma. So from the 12 words that we saw before, they still have 15 words to go. They're doing a lot of mindset and savings training. This is what they aspire to, how they want to scale. How can they get more young people in Tanga? They're also doing financial literacy training paired with the savings. And they're equipping young people with relevant skills and hospitality. They're also connecting the young people, like we have seen, supporting them if there is any initiative around financial inclusion with the council, the Tanga City Council itself. Tanga Yetu is there to work with them and ensure that they're able to submit, they're able to meet the criteria, and even advise them what does this criteria mean. At the same time, they organize networking opportunities for the young people. Oh. She's done?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Fatma.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Fatma. Amazing work there. And Fatma will also be sharing more about how essentially the young people continue to save and how it's influencing some of their businesses. You get to also read that on the study we just concluded. As we wrap up with our panelists, I'd like to welcome Sarah. Sarah, Prudential has been a champion for young people for a very long time. With most of your work taking place in the US, do the challenges that we've heard from the young person in the room, the communities here, the different communities, does any of this particular challenge or solution highlighted resonate with the work that you're doing? I think you have immense reflection around this area. Please share with us. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here with you all. And as Daisy said, I mean, everything that every single one of our panelists talked about is very similar to all the challenges that young people face across the world around financial inclusion issues. And so I want to first start off about why we are invested in this and why we help support this research study that Daisy just outlined for you all. So we are a global financial services company. We were founded 149 years ago in Newark, New Jersey. And it was because our founder at the time saw a societal need out there that working class families didn't have the financial means to bury their loved ones. And so our first product was burial insurance, and it cost as little as 3 to 5 cents a week at the time. And so that was the birth of the company, and our mission has been consistent through the 149 years, which is to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to achieve financial security. And within our department, Inclusive Solutions, is to ensure that more people in more places are financially secure. And we all know there's many of you who are working in the skilling industry and helping young people gain the right skills and the credentials and to place them into employment. And that is the critical first step. Everybody needs a source of income, a cash flow, to be able to create that financial stability. But we want to move from financial stability to financial resiliency to ultimately financial prosperity. And you can't do that just by income alone. We know income alone enough is just everybody is living paycheck to paycheck. You need access to financial resources and tools and benefits to help you build that resiliency and ultimately prosperity. In the United States, we know that 60% of Americans don't even have $600 for emergency savings. That means if there's a medical emergency or if there's a car accident or there's a disaster that strikes their home, they don't have the cash to be able to be financially resilient through whatever that emergency is. And so that's why it's so important that as you all, in terms of the skilling industry, is thinking about how do you get your young people to that place of employment, how do you also make sure that they have the right education around financial literacy? I know when I got my first job in the United States, a lot of jobs, they offer you retirement plans. It's called 401k plans in the United States. I didn't know that I was supposed to sign up for a retirement account because my family never talked about finances. I didn't know what my financial situation was at home. We only talked about the bare minimum. So it's helping young people to understand that foundational of what does it mean to budget, what does it mean to save, what does it mean to think about the long term, because we want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to build intergenerational wealth. The only way that communities and families are going to transform is if you can pass down your wealth. And to be able to do that is you need to be able to save and invest for the future. And so everything that Headed High Foundation talked about in terms of their programming, that foundation of financial literacy, and it doesn't mean that your organizations necessarily need to be the experts, but how do you partner with other nonprofit organizations or for-profit corporations that can provide those financial literacy courses? Then at the same time, we know education alone is not enough. You need to combine it with the resources and tools. And so a lot of the programs that Fatma and Mamouche participated in was really thinking about how do you build your savings? How do you look at other products that could help you secure? So for businesses, how do you look at microinsurance plans so that if a disaster strikes, that you have that safety net? And so it's looking at every single component of that and being able to connect that all with all of the skilling information that you're doing. And there's a number of programs that we support, whether it's through the Global Opportunity Youth Network or through organizations that we have at home, but it's to catalyze that learning. So one of the programs that we support in the US is that we know investments in the stock market have quintupled the returns of home ownership rates, and yet many people think about home ownership as that one pathway to build wealth. And so we've seeded investment accounts with 500 young people in the United States at no risk capital. So this is them being able to invest in the stock market, build up their investor confidence and acumen to be able to invest for the long term, because we know that most people of color, and then particularly people from low-income communities, don't invest in the stock market, and that's what's created one of the reasons why there's such a huge wealth gap in the United States. So with all of you, I encourage you to learn more about the programs that they all have participated or are leading, and really thinking about what's that connection with the skilling, but also the financial resources and tools to help build that resiliency and ultimately prosperity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah. Round of applause for Sarah. Thank you. We want to move from financial resilience to financial prosperity. Great. When we started, I said, please write all your questions as much as you can. We are now ready to open it up to the audience. Please do raise your hand wherever you are. I think a mic will be brought to you. Ask as many questions as possible. And please feel free to address to any of the panelists. The young people, we want to hear from you. Yes. Wait for the mic, please.
My question is for Sarah ma'am. मैम जैसे कि आपने बताया कि फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी के बारे में हमारे घर में बात होती ही नहीं है. हमारे घर में जो स्पेशली इंडिया में पेरेंट्स है वो मोस्ट ऑफ द पेरेंट्स इलिटरेट है, और हम जो स्टूडेंट्स है अक्सर वुमेंस जो है लड़कियां हैं वो आर्ट्स में घुसती है, कॉमर्स में नहीं जाती मैथ्स के डर से. तो जो स्टूडेंट्स आर्ट्स में जाता है वो ऑलरेडी मैथ्स से डर कर भागता है, प्लस उसको जो अकाउंट है, बिजनेस है, शेयर मार्केट वगैरह की चीज़ें हैं और जो इन्वेस्ट वगैरह की चीज़ें हैं जिससे सेविंग हो उसके बारे में कोई नॉलेज नहीं होता है. तो ऐसी चीज़ें ना घर में बात होती है ना हमको एजुकेशन से पता चलती है. जो भी हमें मिलता है सोशल मीडिया पर अगर हमने रील्स को स्क्रॉल करते हुए देख लिया तो हमको कुछ पता चलता है. ऐसे में हम क्या स्टेप्स उठाएं जिससे हमें ये पता चले कि हम सेव भी करें और अपने घर वालों को भी सिखाएं जो बड़े हैं कि इस तरह से सेव किया जा सकता है.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'll
translate.
Yeah, shall I? Yeah. So she's saying the financial literacy will not be taught at houses. The parents will not teach the children about that because they themselves are illiterate. Right? When it comes to young girls, they are further marginalized. So the financial literacy discussion will never happen with a young girl. Right? So in that scenario, how do we come out of the situation? So they learn about the financial literacy. Neither it is taught in their subject, nor it is been taught in the houses. So they are following the social media to get to know further more about the the financial inclusion, the financial planning and those stuff. So how do we ensure we learn and also we train our own, we also build capacities of our parents is their question.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we know that so many families in general, and especially with the young people, don't talk about these financial issues, and then the families themselves are also in the learning process. And so that's why these programs with the young people are so important, so they can catalyze these conversations that their parents may never even have learned. And so we want to take the young people's learnings and bring them back into the families to talk about these issues with their parents on how they're budgeting and how they're saving and how they're thinking about the future. And oftentimes, you know, we know that particularly with older generations, I'm not sure if it's as prevalent in India, but I know in, you know, in South America and East Asia, there are these giving circles, these informal giving circles where parents contribute once a month to a giving circle that they usually have with their friends or families, and they don't realize that that's a form of saving and that's actually a form of building credit with each other. And so how do you educate them on these different components? And so, especially because parents oftentimes didn't have that financial education or access to these resources and tools, it's so important that as young people, as you are going out, there are so many different fintech solutions that are coming into fruition now. And it's helping those fintech companies and investors better understand the needs of each of your communities, especially as you guys are going into understanding how to manage your finances, how to build your wealth, what needs to be customized, what do they need to help understand. That can often take a two-generation approach, right? It's yourself and your parents, and how do you engage them in that conversation? But we know that that hasn't been a common set of discussions that have happened in each of those families, and so we are empowering you all to build that agency and to build that knowledge to bring back home.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Kumar, you look like you also want to chip in. Feel free.
सकते हो हिंदी में रहते हैं आपका पेरेंट्स को भी सिखा सकते हैं आप आपका सकते हो हिंदी में रहते हैं आपका पेरेंट्स को भी सिखा सकते हैं आप आपका मोबाइल फ़ोन के द्वारा भी आप सिखा सकते हैं राइट सो अभी समय लगता है ओवरनाइट ये नहीं हो पाएगा एक ही दिन में ये नहीं हो पाएगा पहले आप सीखेंगे थोड़ा थोड़ा आहिस्ता आहिस्ता उनके साथ डिस्कस करते वो भी सीखना चालू करेंगे और प्रायोरिटी भी देंगे इंडिया में तो आप सही कह रहे हैं महिलाओं को वो फाइनेंशियल डिस्कशन से अलग ही रख देते हैं और ये हमारा भी एक्सपीरियंस रहा रायचूर और गुलबर्गा में काम करते हुए अदर 22 स्टेट्स में हम काम करते हुए हमारा भी ऐसे ही राय रहा
I hope we answered your question. Yes?
We have one more question from this side.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Prasad Mari, and I'm a student of the Lighthouse. Sir, I'm going school, so that time is not given. हमें किसी ने financial literacy के बारे में नहीं बताया. Even I am going a university, I'm completed my graduation, so no one can teach there our financial literacy. So what is our institutions and our government and universities are taking the initiative regarding the money management, and how do we solve this problem is globally? Can we solve these problems globally, and how? So that is my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
So in India level, government has come up with something called NEP 2020, National Education Policy 2020, where is digital literacy and financial literacy are part of the focus. So government has already started. Some of the state governments are not promoting this. Like I belong to Karnataka. Karnataka we have different government, where in central we have different government. We have BJP in the central, in state we have Congress. So the NEP 2020 has been designed and pushed by the central government. However, the state government is not promoting it much. But now it has taken speed, where the central government is also pushing the agencies like Hedeldi and other NGO partners who are also putting efforts to ensure this gap can be addressed. This has been in their studies, in our studies, in our the other community partner studies like Lighthouse or the TRI. So this has largely been absorbed. The efforts have been taken. It takes time. It's not that it happens very easily. So these are systemic barriers actually. When I presented my this is the first systemic barrier. there's a lack of the school system. In the school system, this particular part of financial literacy is completely excluded. So now slowly it is taking up phase, and maybe we are 5 years behind to touch larger number. This from the India perspective. I request Sarah to say a few words from the global.
Yes, thank you.
It's very similar. What I'll say at the global level is that there's an acknowledgement that there are gaps with financial inclusion for young people. But most of the investments, most of the focus has been more in the adult population, and how do we close that gap with people lacking bank accounts, savings, and investing for the future. And so I would say, just as this Global Opportunity Youth Network has built this movement around the focus for opportunity youth and skilling and employment placement, I would love this movement to also take place around financial inclusion, right? There's a recognition that there's a gap there. There's not enough resources and investment in really looking at products and tools that are specifically tailored to youth needs. And so how do we build that global movement? How do we get governments to focus on that? How do we get investors who are investing in new fintech solutions right now to say the young people is another demographic that they really need to look at to think about what are the customized solutions, what are the policies and regulations that need to be in place, what are the cost barriers, everything that Daisy mentioned at the beginning, to really think about globally how do we solve this issue.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The team down here is flagging my time is up, so I want to close the Q&A at that point, but please feel free to engage us after the session. As we wrap up, I want us to look at one thing. We've spoken about the different initiatives. We've listened to the young people. What is next? What do we do next? Some of the recommendations we've had from our panelists are also some of the recommendations we are suggesting as a community. Can we actually integrate financial education into our day-to-day, into some of the programs that we are doing? Can we extend some of our partnership? We've heard about Head Delta working with UNICEF. Can we as a community continue to engage more and more partners? I know in Mombasa they're working with a bank called ABSA to actually do more training for young people to understand. Second, how can we actually provide financial mentoring? We speak more about family, right? We ask questions within our family, but how can we actually mentor them, mentor young people to understand some of these components? You get to hear some of the initiative being done in Mombasa that is supporting mentorship. You should be able to also sit in and listen to young people share how they've been mentored through this process. We're also recommending that we continue to work with financial inclusion organization within each community. Like we said, there's no, I would say, recommendation that fits each and every community. It's very different. There's a very specific need in Raichur that might not be the same all the way in Tigas. So how can we provide community-specific solutions? And how can we then advocate for youth-friendly products? I know some of us are here, and some of the context of savings and credit is not very youth-friendly. Then the question is it even for me? A young person continuously asks, is this product even for me? So how can we advocate for more youth-friendly products and services for the young people? And before I wrap up, I would like us all to stand and give a round of applause for our panelists. Please do stand. There's no energy. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you so much, Fatima. Thank you so much, Kumar. Thank you so much, Mahesh. As a young person in the room, thank you for standing here with us. And thank you to all of you. Please do ask us questions afterwards. I'll hand it over back. The lady who's supposed to give the gift, please do look for me. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hope you all had an amazing lunch, and definitely now you have a lot of energy, it seems. And even if you don't, even if you're sleepy, I'm certain that the breakout sessions would have woken you up good. Nevertheless, let's now take the waking up to another level. Are you ready? Yeah, are you ready? Yeah, so we have lined up for you now a few beautiful performances by the youth of TRI and GOYN from across India. First up is Barwani. The performances showcases the spirit of Barwani's youth who are deeply connected to their tribal heritage and embrace the values of nature conservation and sustainability. They also identify with the varied tribal cultures across India and see themselves as primary drivers of the nation's political, social, and economic development. Let us welcome on the stage the youth from Barwani from the Indian states of Madhya Pradesh. Okay, I'm so sorry for getting you so excited, but we just have to wait for some of our delegates who are going to join us soon. The breakout sessions took a little bit of time. So please be patient and we will get back to you with those performances. Priyanka.
Okay, it seems like me and Sunil sir are the official energizing people at this convening today. So here we go. We are going to do a little bit of a chant, which I just learned today is actually a tribal chant from a Native American community. But it's also used by some football team, which apparently is very famous. So we are going to do that today to get our energy up. Okay. So here are the words first. So everyone please stand up. Okay. Repeat after me. Oh! Oh lele! Oh lele tika tonga! E massa massa massa! Oh aloe aloe aloa! Oh! Oh lele! Oh lele tika tonga! E massa massa massa! Oh aloe aloe aloa! Okay, now this time louder and faster for the last time. Oh! Oh lele! Oh lele tika tonga! E massa massa massa! Oh aloe aloe aloa! Okay, good job. Thank you.
Hello everyone. one energizer start now. Please stand up, everyone.
Copy me.
A I Singaya ye Singaya o Singayo A I Singaya o Singaya e Singoyo Yo yo A I Singaya o Singaya e Yo 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 A I Singaya o Singaya e Yo yo Singayo A I Singaya o Singaya o Singayo 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 Singayo
Okay, so now definitely you are very energized, and with this, I would like to introduce the first dance performance by Barwani community. Loved it. The performance showcases the spirit of Barwani's youth who are deeply connected to their tribal heritage and embrace the values of nature conservation and sustainability. They also identify with the varied tribal cultures across India and see themselves as primary drivers of the nation's political, social, and economic development. Let us welcome on the stage the youth from Barwani from the Indian state of Madhya Pradesh. A huge round of applause for all the dancers. We would also like to welcome John A. Powell. He's here, guys. Please give a huge round of applause. We will get to interact with him soon enough.
बहनों और भाइयों, बड़े ही कम शब्दों में आपको सुनाना चाहता हूँ उस साल का लोकप्रिय गीत ये।
This is the tribute to Talaiwa. मूंछों को थोड़ा राउंड घुमा के अन्ना के जैसा चश्मा लगा के कोकोनट में लस्सी मिला के आ जाओ सारे मूड बना के मूंछों को थोड़ा राउंड घुमा के अन्ना के जैसा चश्मा लगा के कोकोनट में लस्सी मिला के आ जाओ सारे मूड बना के all the Rajni fans don't miss that chance all the Rajni fans don't miss that chance
हम इस देश के वासी हैं जहां रोज ही दंगा रहता है, जहां रोज रोज अखबारों में स्कैमों का पंगा रहता है, जहां आम आदमी सड़कों पे आधा सा नंगा रहता है। इस हाल में भी, इस दौर में भी हर दिल में तिरंगा रहता है।
हो मारे या कोई मारे ना, यहाँ अपनी भी थोड़ी अदा थोड़ा अंदाज है। ऐसे हैं चाहे वैसे हैं, अरे जो भी हैं जैसे हैं, खुद पे हमें नाज है। जाने ना हमको ये जमाना, चाहो तो हमको आजमाना। यारबाज हम जानसाज हम इश्कबाज दिल वाले, कहते हैं हमको प्यार से इंडिया वाले, छू लेते दिल के तार से इंडिया वाले, हर जीत छीन ले हार से इंडिया वाले, दुश्मन के छक्के छुड़ा दे हम इंडिया वाले, दुश्मन के छक्के छुड़ा दे हम इंडिया वाले। दुनिया से हमको क्या ले जाना, यारों के दिल में हो ठिकाना। एक बार होता है प्यार ये लाख बार कहला ले, कहते हैं हमको प्यार से इंडिया वाले, छू लेते दिल के तार से इंडिया वाले, हर जीत छीन ले हार से इंडिया वाले, दुश्मन के छक्के छुड़ा दे हम इंडिया वाले, दुश्मन के छक्के छुड़ा दे उंगली पे सबको नचा दे, दुश्मन के छक्के छुड़ा दे हम इंडिया वाले।
Thank you so much. What a performance. So we'll keep the same energy. So now we have the youth of Ramgarh who are here to perform the traditional Jumma dance, which is native to the Indian state of Jharkhand. This folk art form beautifully embodies the spirit, resilience and unity of Jharkhand's indigenous community. The Jumma dance is not just a performance, it's a celebration of life and nature. As you watch this performance, notice the dancers' graceful movements as they perform circles and lines, symbolizing unity and community strength. Please join me in welcoming our talented YEG members from Ramgarh, Jharkhand to the stage.
झारखंड का एक छोटा सा प्रस्तुति आप सबके लिए पेश किया गया है। जोहार झारखंड।
Jai Johar. So we will move to the third performance. We now have a classical dance from the Indian state of Odisha. It is called Odissi. Odissi is a dance style which is filled with grace and expressions while narrating a story at the same time. So please put your hands together for this beautiful performance.
Thank you so much. Everyone, your energy is superb. Just wow. So this performance does beautifully honor Odisha's cultural heritage and spirit. So before we continue, I would like to remind everyone about tomorrow's schedule. For the first half, we'll be splitting into 3 groups to visit various locations. Each group will explore different lighthouse centers and partners. Group 1 will visit the Tingrenagar Lighthouse Center, and Group 2 will head to Saheli Sang, and Group 3 will be going to IVTC, and second half will be going to Vadagasheri Lighthouse Center, and then we'll have engaging afternoon session. So I request everyone to wear GOYN colorful t-shirts tomorrow so that we can take a good picture also. So this will be the tomorrow's schedule. So now I'll hand it over to Purva.
Just give us a moment, please. Also, how amazing were the performances? Okay. I'm going to be a little selfish here and take some time. I know I'm going to get a scolding after this, but yes. So I would like to begin with a poem. I dream. I dream of a land where I'm not a woman and you are not a man. Where I'm not a citizen of a nation which is being bombed and my feet is no longer on sand. I dream of a home not bound by 4 walls and structures of hierarchical relations, but a place where it is not you and me, but us working together towards emancipation. I dream of a family which is not defined through blood relations because we all bleed the same blood, but a space which allows me to make mistakes and fall, which lets me rise up and not gives up on me at all. I dream of a world where we all belong, where we move beyond the labels of this and that, you and I. A world where this dream is shared, we all care. A place of belonging where just like the birds, together we all fly. I am a queer individual, a student, a woman who loves to dance, sing, act, write, read, and who takes every opportunity to talk about how there is a language barrier when it comes to academia and activism. My constant effort as someone who is a part of academia as well as activism is to try to bridge that gap. A few weeks ago, I was selected as one of the MCs for this convention and I was handed over my script. And the moment I saw the name John A. Powell on the list of speakers, I didn't look left or right. I nominated myself and jumped at the opportunity to introduce him. I just wanted to talk to you, John, and I didn't know if I would get that opportunity, so though it's a little sneaky, but this was my best bet. While growing up, we were taught of social structures and develop a consciousness of what is our society. We are made to think of human relations in some sort of hierarchical manner. This is my family. Within this family, my parents, my married partner, my extended family, not my core family. Then my partner or partners, then my friends, and then the rest of them. You know what I mean. We think of relations, or rather we are made to think of relations in the manner depending on where that relationship stands, and that is how we are meant to interact with that individual. This then becomes our society. And as John would say, I quote, we have figured ways to say that we are separate. We are different from each other. And those who are separate from us don't belong to the society that we are a part of. And since they don't belong, we don't need to care. They are, extended on the margins. All these words like patriarchy, gender, homosexuality, caste, race, class, then suddenly become structures that we don't recognize because they have been strategically kept out of ourselves by terming them as the other, which leads us to think of the oppressed as non-living objects and the oppressor as some sort of a norm, a legit power structure. I think the youth sitting in this space would agree with me when I say that we are here to break that notion of the other. We are here to create our version of society which feels like belonging, a version which is full of empathy and is built on friendship, where the problems are not yours or theirs, but they are ours. We actively, maybe sometimes unconsciously, take part in these oppressive structures, but we are working very hard every day to introspect, unlearn, and relearn our conditioning. I am excited and glad that today we have John A. Powell with us, whose life work has been to bring together scholars, community advocates, communicators, and policymakers to identify and eliminate barriers to an inclusive, just, and sustainable society, and to create transformative change towards a more equitable world. What I'm trying to say here is, John, please hire me. With this extremely long build-up, I would like to call upon stage Steve Patrick, former Senior Program Officer at Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and currently the Vice President and Executive Director, Forum for Community Solutions at the Aspen Institute, to introduce John A. Powell. Thank you.
That was amazing, so I'm not going to say anything else. This is my intro for John. It has already been said, so let's say together, ladies and gentlemen, John Powell. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, John Powell.
Thank you. Thank all of you and thank the Aspen. But I want to thank the poet. My name is John Powell, and I'm the director of the Othering and Belonging Institute. And I flew in yesterday to meet and greet you. And the work of belonging is the work of all of us. And I feel like I have a PowerPoint, which I'm going to share with you. But I feel like I should just refer you to the poet. She said it all. So, but since I came all the way from California, I'm going to share some of the PowerPoint with you. Belonging in practice, shaping inclusive systems throughout the world. We'll go back. So the problem of the world, as already demonstrated, is how we other each other. How we suggest to each other that somebody doesn't belong. And when we do that at a national level, at a cultural level, at a village level, it has terrible consequences. So othering, and sometimes othering takes the form of racism, sometimes it takes the form of caste, sometimes it takes the form of who you love or how you love, but it's always deadly, and it's always demeaning. And it's not a problem in one country, it's a problem that's happening all over the world, and I would even say accelerating. So the problem that all of us are facing today is the problem of othering. And these are some of the clever ways we other people. Now, it should be clear. So when we say we don't like someone because of their caste, we don't like someone because of their skin color, we don't like someone because of their language, it's not the person's language or the skin color or the caste. What's really the problem is the othering narrative. Once we assume that some people are not fully deserving, once we assume that some people are less than us, once we assume that we are better than some people, that's the problem. That narrative is the problem. It's not the person that's the problem. It's the way that we respond. It's the way that we create this practice of othering. And sometimes people have multiple things together. So it could be gender, race, religion, language. It's a way of actually restricting people. And it happens to all of us. And sometimes we participate in its happening. So what do we do about it? We practice belonging. We insist that everybody belongs, regardless. It is their birthright. No matter how young, how old, no matter which nation they're part of, we say belonging without othering. belonging without othering. And it's the without othering that does the work. Because every religion, every moral culture, every nation state creates belonging, but it creates it with othering. So if you're a Christian, it says, if you're a Christian and follow the teachings of the Bible or Christ, you belong. But if you're not a Christian, we have a word for you. We call it a sinner. We say you don't belong. If you're a Muslim, again, if you follow the teachings of Allah and Muhammad, it says you belong. But if you don't follow those teachings, we say you're an infidel and you don't belong, and we can do terrible things to you. I was just in Europe, and as Europe was running around the world, colonizing people, it was saying, we're Europeans, there's something kind of cool about us. But if you're not European, you're not civilized, you're a barbarian. And so we created belonging for some, but the expense of was that those who didn't belong were created as the other. And so what we have to move toward, what we've been moving toward, is a world where there is no other, where everyone, but everyone belongs. That's the practice that we're doing, and we can only do that together. I can't do it, you can't do it, but we can do it. And belonging is different than inclusion. This is a demonstration of that. So if you include someone, you say, as I used the example, I'm going to have a party. You're all invited. You just have to make your way to California. But here's the thing. I grew up in Detroit, so the music is going to be Motown. You're going to hear a lot of Aretha Franklin and Stevie Wonder. I'm vegetarian, so if you like meat, eat before you get there. And I'm older than most of you, so the party ends at 9 o'clock. You're still invited, and you're still a guest, but it's my party. And you might say, no thanks. But what can we do to have our party? Not my party, not your party, but our party. Then we have to figure out what kind of food we're going to have. We have to figure out who's on the guest list. We have to make some accommodations. So inclusion is when you come to somebody else's party. And some of you will be going to work in companies. And you will be more likely than not the guest. And they will tell you, this is how we dress at this company. This is how we behave at this company. This is how we talk at this company. And you're welcome as long as you follow all the rules that you did not make. And you might say, well, can I wear something different? No. You don't get to make the rules. You're a guest. That's inclusion. And it's better than exclusion, maybe. But it's not belonging. Belonging is when you can show up with your full self and you co-create and co-design the rules. And one of the things that I'm finding in terms of this great project that Aspen is doing is that when it comes to different communities, it's say, we have some ideas, but what are your ideas? How do we co-create what we're doing? So that's belonging. So you're already doing belonging. And our goal is to make belonging without othering a global norm. So it's not something in one place, and it will look differently in different countries, in different villages, in different times, because we are constantly co-creating what we mean by belonging. And this concept is an old concept. The concept of belonging is old, really as old as humanity. And these are some words that reflect different ways of talking about belonging. So I've lived in India, I've lived in Africa, I've worked in Latin America, and every place I go, people there have their own expression of belonging. I was telling someone last night that they found an indigenous group that no longer exists. They've been basically extinct. I'm sure there are a few of them still around. And what they found was when they deciphered their language, one of the key phrases in their language was belonging. And so for us to claim this in its myriad expressions from around the world, these are some of your networks. I'm going to go back for a minute. I had a chance to work on the South African Constitution after the end of apartheid. And I had a chance to spend time with Nelson Mandela at his house. And I was talking to one of the Supreme Court justices, Albie Sachs. And I said, Justice Sachs, is belonging in the South African Constitution? And he got quiet for a while. I asked him this question in a public meeting like today. He got quiet. And he said, the reason I'm getting quiet, the reason I'm hesitating, is that I'm looking for a phrase that's stronger than absolutely. And he said, Ubuntu, which means I am because you are. It's not just an idea. It's not just a nice saying. He said it's embodied in the South African Constitution. And then he actually told me some cases that he decided where he used the concept of Ubuntu to decide the case. So again, it was just nice to see that the idea is already there. And in terms of coming here, I was looking at, are there expressions here in India, or in Kenya, or in Chile, or in Mexico, or in every place there was. And I have my colleagues here, they're going to be staying longer than me. But we found a group that was organizing already here in India around belonging. So what we're saying is, how do we bring our voices together and make this a global movement that everybody, every place belong? And what is belonging? As we said, belonging means more than inclusion. It also means you're recognized. It means you're seen. It means you have dignity. It means you have respect. And it means you get to co-create and co-design. You're not a guest here on the planet. It is our planet, and we belong to the planet. That's given. And how do we implement belonging so it's not just an idea? And a lot of you have been introduced to the work of equity. And I would say belonging requires equity 2.0, which we call targeted universalism. And I just want to go a little bit down a rabbit hole, as you can follow me. In the United States, the way we practice equity is we compare two groups. We say oftentimes the dominant group, which in racial terms means white people, they have more than black people or Latinos or Asians, generally speaking. And so equity says, how do we close the gap between those two groups? We say equity, fairness, requires that that gap between the two groups close. And that may be appropriate in some cases, but what if the so-called dominant group doesn't have what it needs either to really thrive? I'll give you a concrete example. This is especially true among young people in the United States. For a long time, there was an effort to close the gap between African American males and white males, especially young people, in the area of suicide, because African American males were killing themselves at a much higher rate than their white counterparts. And over the last 10 years, that gap has essentially closed. That is, black men in the United States, or black young people, are killing themselves at about the same rate as white young people. But the gap is closed not because black men are killing themselves less, but because white men are killing themselves more. And when people saw that data, they said, well, that's not what we wanted. We weren't asking that white people kill themselves more. We're asking that black men kill themselves less. I said, that's not what we said. What we said is, let's close the gap. We didn't say how the gap would close. And what we should have said was we want all people to end suicide in every group, not just in white groups, not just in black groups, but all people. And when we talk about all people, that's called something called targeted universalism. Now you'll notice on the diagram that in equity, you're focusing on one group, and you're trying to get that group to that universal goal. And you're not really paying as much attention to the other groups. In targeted universalism and belonging, we're trying to get every group to that universal goal. But it doesn't mean treating everybody the same, because people are situated differently. And so what it takes to actually be effective in one area is not going to be effective in another area. Just to give you a quick concrete example. I have 3 children. So let's say one of my children has strep throat, and another one of my child has an upset stomach. And I go to the doctor, and I say, give me something for strep throat. And the third child is fine. When I get home, I don't divide the medicine up equally between the children. I give the medicine for strep throat to the child that has strep throat. I give the medicine for stomach to the child that has a stomach problem. And I don't give the third child anything. But it's not because I love them differently. It's because they're situated differently. And so what targeted universalism says is that you have universal goals, every child be healthy, but you have targeted strategies based on how people are situated. And so when you look at what's happening with the youth in the world, you have to look at how different groups are situated. How are women or girls situated compared to boys? How are gay and trans youth situated compared to straight ones? How are youth in the South situated compared to youth in the North? So you can't have one plan. You can't have one approach. You have to look and see how each group is situated and take that into account in terms of your interventions. So that's called targeted universalism. But targeted universalism is more than just a program. It's a way to talk to people. It's a communication strategy. Because what you're communicating is that you care about everybody. If everybody's going to belong, then you have to care about everybody. And the way you get to those universal goals, the way you articulate those universal goals, they're co-created. They're not decided by one group. They're not decided by one institution. You say everyone has a role in developing those universal goals. So there needs to be a new way of thinking about how we invest in our future, which is you. I think about this a lot. My children are just starting off in life. And hopefully they have a long life. And I worry about what do we leave for them? How do we invest in them? How do we empower them to actually co-create the future that they will live, that they will inherit? And part of that requires partnerships. They can't do it by themselves. None of us can. How do they relate to their brothers and sisters across the globe? So not speaking or not being heard is a way of being othered. So some people, they think the way you deal with difference is to not notice it. So in the United States, that shows up as, okay, if race is a problem, I won't see race. But that doesn't change things. And in the United States right now, and I don't mean to focus on the United States, but one of the things they say is that we don't want you talking about those hard issues in our classroom. We don't want to talk about race. Sometimes they say we don't want to talk about caste, or we don't want to talk about what happened to indigenous people in Mexico. But not talking about things don't solve them. It's actually silence people. It's saying, not only do I not care about your problem, I don't want you to bring your problem to the table. So we don't want people to be colorblind. We want people to have a voice, people to have the ability to be recognized. You've already heard earlier today about multiple identities, and we all have multiple identities. And those different identities matter. All of us are multiple, all of us. And we have personal identities, we have social identities, we have legal, religious, and so on. I was just in Barcelona, and I met a young woman there who was from Africa. Our family is from Africa. Actually, I said Barcelona, I meant Germany. So I was in Germany. I was in both places. But I met this woman in Germany. And her family had moved to Germany before she was born. So she was born in Germany. But her family was from Africa. I think they were from Senegal. So the Germans have a thing that if you're from Africa, even if you're born in Germany, you're not a citizen. And she said her mom and dad raised her to believe that she belonged. And then as she got older, she wanted to travel. And she didn't have a passport. And the state would not give her a passport. And she was forced to assume a new identity of statelessness, which means that a lot of the resources that we normally take for granted, she didn't have access to. She couldn't come to this conference because she doesn't have a passport. So that's another way of the state saying, you're not fully human. You don't fully belong. You don't get the benefits of other people who do fully belong. Some people are welcome, or some identities are welcome. That's belonging, or it's leaning toward belonging. And some identities are not welcome. And so when part of our identity is not welcome, we feel identity threat. Some of you may know there's a famous writer named James Baldwin in the United States. And when James Baldwin, he'd been writing for years, and finally, this very prestigious writing club said, Mr. Baldwin, we want you to join. We want to recognize that you are a great writer. But there are two caveats. We know you're gay, but we don't want to talk about that. So when you come to this club, please don't remind us that you're gay. He's also African American. And they said, we know you have a lot of rough friends. They aren't welcome. But you are. Just leave your friends at the door. James Baldwin didn't join the club. Instead, he wrote a book. He went to Europe and wrote a book called The Price of the Ticket. And he said the cost of membership was too high. And again, when I was in Europe, there was a young man who talked about being at school. And he grew up in France and proud to be French. And then he said his mom came to school with a hijab covering her face. And he was ashamed. And he realized that to be part of France required that he had to deny his mom and his heritage. And he said he was ashamed of himself because he loved his mom. But the price of the ticket was too high to be really French. So belonging doesn't say to mutilate yourself, to deny your friends, to deny your family, to deny your culture. It says be all of yourself and co-create the world that you need. And how do we do that? We do that through many different mechanisms. One of them are stories. So reality is a very complicated thing. There's subjective reality. How do I feel about something? How does something affect me? There's what people think of as an objective reality. There's reality out there. Something just happened, and we all agree that it happened. There's a third area, which probably most of you are not as familiar with, called intersubjectivity. Intersubjectivities basically mean we come together and we agree on reality. Those are all important. But I want to focus on a fourth area, which is meaning. Something happens, and we have to figure out, what does it mean? Is it good or is it bad? Is it something we should get behind or something we should try to stop? Meaning is really where we live most of our life. Not an objective or subjective reality, but what does something mean? And stories is how we give things meaning. So stories is the land of meaning making. So part of your job as young leaders, as activists, is to participate in sense making or meaning making. How do you make meaning of things? And what I'm calling upon you is to make meaning in such a way where everyone belongs and no one is other. So think about stories. Who's telling the story? Who is the story about? Who's the audience? And what does it mean? So I want to talk about the audience just for a minute. The audience in the story. We live in a very fractured world. And I'll come back to the meaning of that fracture in a minute. But in a very fractured world, part of your audience is the lizard. Now, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the lizard. The lizard represents a part of the brain. It's the oldest part of the brain. It's also called the amygdala. It's where fear hangs out. It's where anxiety hangs out. And so when we're in a fractured world and people are obsessed with fear, then you need to talk to the lizard. You need to talk to their fear. And what we know is that the fear does not speak the same language as reason. The front of the brain, which is called the prefrontal cortex, is where reason hangs out. The back of the brain, back here, is where the lizard hangs out. We're in a very contentious space where people are very afraid. It's the lizard that's in charge, not the prefrontal cortex. And sometimes we try to reason with people, and they're not being responsive. We show them studies showing that what they're getting ready to do is a terrible thing. But the lizard doesn't read studies. The lizard doesn't read data. The lizard responds to stories. And the lizard is about fear. And so what we do is we have some people who engage in what we call breaking stories, where they activate the fear, and they tell them, you're afraid, your life is terrible because of the other. Because that person who may be a Muslim or a Jew or a Christian, somehow they're different than you and they're threatening to you. And then the lizard's going crazy. That's called the breaking story. There's also what's called the bridging story, which is that people may look different than you. They may come to God differently than you. They may eat different food than you. But you share something in common, and you should be curious of each other. They may dance different than you. They may not like Motown. I don't know who that would be. But it's a way we can actually bridge. We can talk to each other. That's called a bridging story. So what I'm calling upon you to engage in are bridging stories, not breaking stories. Stories that connect us, not by making us all the same, but by being curious of each other. And some of you may recognize this is Bob Marley. In one of his songs, he says, every person thinks their burden is the heaviest. Every person thinks that their burden is the heaviest. So I know about my burden, but I don't really know about yours. So part of bridging is for me to learn your suffering as well. And when people suffer, share stories of suffering, and suffer together, it's called compassion. Compassion means to suffer with. So compassion and listening to each other's stories is the way to build bridges. So we talked about breaking and bridging. Just one other thing about the lizard, or two things about the lizard. You don't calm the lizard by saying, don't be afraid. What's the lizard afraid of anyway? What the lizard is most afraid of is not belonging. And so when people say that there's this other that's threatening you, we call these people who are propagating these breaking stories conflict entrepreneurs. They benefit from conflict. They benefit from fighting. They benefit from fracturing. And they say, you got to hate these people because they're trying to take something away from you. They're trying to take your belonging away from you. So if you want to belong here in India or in Chile or in Spain, you got to get rid of these people because they're taking your belonging away from you. Now, the interesting thing about that is that they're still talking about belonging. But they're talking about belonging with othering, not belonging without othering. And their belonging needs the other in order to thrive. So there are long bridges and short bridges. When I introduce people to the idea of bridging, they sometimes think about, well, do I have to bridge with my enemy? There's a guy in the Bay Area, he's a pastor, and he asked the question, he said, John, I hear you say what you say about bridging. But does that mean I have to bridge with the devil? And his name is McBride. And I say, Pastor McBride, don't start there. That's a long bridge. For you're a Christian minister, you don't start by trying to bridge with the devil. I said, but also be careful who you call the devil. So start, especially if we're not skilled at this, we're not used to it, start shorter, with a shorter bridge. Start with someone who might share the same faith, someone who might eat the same food, someone who might speak the same language. Might be your cousin. Remember, you know that cousin you haven't talked to for 2 years? Try to bridge with him, her, or they. You already have a lot in common, and so you have a lot to work with. But because the bridge is short doesn't mean it's easy. It just means you have a lot to work with. But then you get to the longer bridges. So the harder bridging, and this is a Zulu word, is sabawanu, which means, translated in different languages, it means I see you. It also means the God in me sees the God in you. Seeing the other person, not just visually, but really seeing them, is the heart of bridging. Being empathetic and listening to another person is the heart of bridging. Now, some people say, but I don't like that person. I don't agree with what they're saying. Bridging is not about agreeing. It doesn't mean you're going to vote the same way. It doesn't mean they're going to even get an invitation to the party. But it does mean you acknowledge their humanity. You acknowledge their suffering. And when you do that, magical things start happening. So that's how you bridge. It's just sabawanu. I see you. And all of us want to be seen. All of us need to be seen, to be recognized for who we are. And sometimes there's so much power differential that it's hard to bridge. So sometimes we have to address that power. So othering. Breaking is a form of othering. But we also can other in terms of how we organize institutions and structures. It's not just interpersonal. So if you're in a building that doesn't have a ramp and a person's in a wheelchair, that person's othered by that design. I had to fly here, and many of you probably had to do the same. And you may have noticed that luggage racks in an airplane are up high. So people who are shorter are being othered by that design. And it turns out that women as a group tend to be shorter than men as a group. And that women as a group tend to have less upper body strength than men. And I often say, and this last statement is somewhat controversial, but I think still largely true, and that is that women as a group tend to carry more luggage than men. So what do women as a group do? Women are more likely to check their luggage, even when they're carrying the same amount of luggage as their male counterpart, than the men. They don't want to be on the plane struggling to get this luggage up over their head, so they check their luggage. What that means is they have to get to the airport 45 minutes earlier than their male counterpart, and they leave the airport 45 minutes later waiting for their luggage, and sometimes they leave without their luggage. What that says is that when you have structures that other us, a personal intervention, you still pay a tax. So we have structures that say you don't belong. Even when you personally try to navigate it, you end up paying the cost for it. So part of that means we have to design structures to belong. And we have to be aware that structures can other. Structures are not neutral. They're doing some work. They're sending a message. And so as you think about what you need to really flourish in society, it might be language. It might be a car. It might be an iPhone or a phone. It depends on each society. But there's some things you need, and there's something others need who are differently situated in order to fully participate in society. So the goal is not just to remove discrimination. The goal is to affirmatively design structures to make sure that everyone belongs. And one of the ways you do that is that everyone participate in designing those structures. My guess is when people built luggage racks in an airplane, women were not present. I don't think people thought, in this case, I say people, I mean men, thought, how do I make sure my wife is uncomfortable if she's flying by herself, right? It just happened. We all have blind spots. So we can other people consciously or unconsciously by not paying attention. We have implicit biases unconscious biases, and we have structural biases. And when we say biases, it doesn't make someone bad because they have biases. We all have biases. We all have blind spots. We correct those by being in the right relationship with people who are different than us. So at the Othering and Belonging Institute, we have a moonshot. And the moonshot is belonging without othering as a global norm within 15 years, when many of you will be hitting full stride. So we want you to join us in this moonshot to make a world where there's a global norm where everyone, but everyone belongs without othering. And then I want to ask you, what is your story? And is it about you? And what is your story about us? What is your story about yourself? And what is your story about your community, about your world? Tell those stories, think about those stories, share those stories. Can we imagine structures that honor our multiple identities? Can we imagine a world where all belong and no one's other? That's what we're calling for. And we believe you're already doing that work. We're just asking to be more explicit. And we had this beautiful poem calling for this. So if you don't do it based on my presentation, I hope you do it based on hers. But more importantly, based on your own needs. We all need to belong. We're literally brought into the world attached to another human being by the umbilical cord. All of us need each other. So how do we celebrate that and make that real? And if you have time and inclination, I hope you will read my book, written with Stephen Menindi, Belonging Without Othering, and a new one coming out called The Power of Bridging. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again, John. We'll start setting up some chairs because we'll actually have a panel discussion now. So if you guys could please have a seat, we will continue this session with some questions. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Well, thank you again, everyone, for joining. This is our last session of the day, and so we're really excited. And thank you, John, again. You're not quite done yet, so don't run away. But good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gabriela Carmo. I am a part of the GOYN team at Aspen. I co-lead the structural justice and equity work across our network. And so I am really honored to be moderating this discussion today with John Powell and some amazing panelists. So thank you again all for being here. I'm actually originally from Brazil, and I guess my journey in this work started off as a secondary school teacher in Mozambique. So I've continued to work in justice programs and just supporting young people and partnering with young people throughout the years. So I'm really grateful to be here. Okay. I am going now to invite our panelists, but first, I just wanted to let everyone know, one of our panelists will be speaking both in English and in Hindi, so if you do not have your transmitters or your receivers, please feel free to grab those because our incredible panelist, Ovi, will be toggling between the two languages because she is incredibly more proficient than us, and so she will be speaking two languages. All right, so our panelists are really cool people, so I need to read their bios because that's how amazing they are. Okay, joining us today is Lata Reddy. She is the Senior Vice President of Inclusive Solutions at Prudential Financial and Chair of the Prudential Foundation. All right, guys, come on, give it a round of applause. Yes.
Lata has dedicated her career to driving financial and social mobility through inclusive economic opportunities. Under her leadership, Prudential has pioneered $1 billion of impact investing portfolio and oversees more than $50 million in annual philanthropic efforts. A former civil rights attorney, Lata's work bridges nonprofit, public, and private sectors. Just amazing insights, with board roles including in UNICEF USA, Alvin Ailey Dance Foundation, as well as Newark Economic Recovery Committee. Today, we will glean her insights on her approach to belonging in corporate sector and the transformative potential for inclusive economic systems. So thank you for joining us, Lata. And our next panelist, sorry guys. Okay. Our next panelist is, I apologize, John, but Ovi is my favorite. It's my pleasure to introduce Ovi. She is a 20-year-old young trans woman from Pune, India, whose dedication to advocacy and social justice inspire us all. Ovi is a law student, a social worker with YRG Care, a passionate violinist, and her work includes counseling within the transgender community and promoting financial independence as a pathway to dignity and safety. Since joining GOYN as a YAG member, Ovi has used the platform to grow her skills and connect with others who share her commitment to building a more inclusive world. Her compassion, resilience, and commitment to uplifting others are evident in all she does. Let's welcome Ovi, everyone. And finally, please join me in giving another welcome and thank you to John Powell. Oh, we have an extra chair. John, if you want to sit there, we can. While John makes his way here, I just want to thank you all again for being here with us. Oh, thank you. Thank you all again for being here. Today's conversation, and John, thank you so much for your keynote. It centers around a theme that is really fundamental for reaching full potential, that is belonging. The theme of our convening is pathways to full potential, and really we see belonging as vital for that. So. At GOYN, we believe that fostering belonging without othering is really essential to breaking down, systemic inequities and barriers that opportunity face all around the world. So thank you for being here. And we're gonna, as you guys see, we have 3 panelists that will have very diverse insights and experiences. So yeah, we're really excited to get started. So we may have. Okay, I need to speak slower. I apologize, everyone. I speak very quickly in both languages, so apologies. So thank you all for being here. Chris, can you let me know if we will have time for Q&A or somebody? I will ask some questions, and then we may have time for some audience questions, but it will really depend on Chris or my boss, Muncie. All right, well, I think we'll start with a question for all panelists. John, you spoke about co-creating these spaces of belonging, and I think it really requires, beyond just creating, is really equipping stakeholders in all levels, to make these spaces a reality. So what do you believe, and this is to all panelists, so maybe we'll go with Ovi first, and then Lata, and then John. What do we think is really necessary for organizations to better equip young people to co-create these spaces? And so as young people, how are organizations working with you to equip you, to partner with you, to be ready to be a decision maker and to co-create that space?
So thank you for giving me opportunity to represent my community on such a big platform. So drawing from my experiences as a trans woman and a trans right activist, I would say कि हमें peer spaces बढ़ानी है. आप organizations को training देनी है equity के साथ. Peers जब peers हमें सिखाते हैं कुछ तो हम ज़्यादा अच्छे से grasp कर पाते हैं. तो वो एक organizations को करना है और youth को साथ में लेके करना है. The voices of the youth should be invited. Their lived experiences shall be shared. And हमें उन्हें perceive करना है कि हम उनके experience को कैसे, उनके realities को हम कैसे समझ सके और उनके लिए policies हम कैसे develop कर पाए. तो ये है मेरा कहना इसके बारे में. Thank you.
So at Prudential, we think about this in a few different ways, and one is by investing in the youth directly. And so I would say our partnership with GOYN is one example. We just completed a $180 million commitment to Opportunity Youth globally, and a lot of that was done in partnership with GOYN. And so as we can see from this convening, one of their core pillars, as we all know, is youth voice and making sure that that voice, your voice, is at the table always. And so that's one way we think about that. The other is investing in place. And so we are a company that is headquartered in a city in New Jersey, a state in America. And we take our commitment to that city very seriously. And so we invest a lot of resources there and in programs that, again, specifically support young people, Opportunity Youth in particular, and help them get access to a variety of resources, but again, making sure that their voice is at the table at all, in all community settings. And then lastly, I'll say, as an employer, we are a very large employer, and we are increasingly employing Opportunity Youth. And so that is a critical pillar of our work. And we ensure that young people are successful when we bring them in by working with them and their managers to make sure that their managers in particular understand the supports that young people will need coming into a corporate setting for the first time, because we want to make sure that they are successful. So we bring people in as interns and then as full-time hires, work with them and their managers. And lastly, I'll say we have enough young people that we've created an alumni group. And so there's a peer-to-peer learning that's happening now in support to, again, ensure their long-term success.
Well, I think you've already heard from me, so I'll just lift up a couple of things. Just think about the conversation right now. We have headphones. Headphones becomes a way to actually participate or not. If you can't understand the language or people can't understand you, you can't effectively participate. And the language can be Hindi and English, or it could be old English and young English. Sometimes when I listen to young people, it's like, I don't know what they're saying. They're speaking English. And I say something that's like, what did he say? So part of it is just to be sensitive to what people really need to fully participate. And sometimes that goes beyond the person. I'll give you one quick example. We work with a group in California, Richmond, California. There was a big multi-billion-dollar development that was being planned for their community. And they said, we want the people from the neighborhood who are going to be affected to participate. But the other side literally had developers, lawyers, scientists, engineers to help them make their decisions. The community didn't have any of that. So we actually went to a foundation and had the foundation for the first time hire a developer that represented the community. And it made a huge difference. So to really think through, what do people need, what do groups need to fully participate? And it's going to vary from situation to situation.
Thank you all for that, and really thoughtful responses. It's incredible to see the work that you all are doing. I think, John, and apologies because I'm changing my question because of Steve Patrick, so blame him. But hearing about targeted universalism and the work that you guys are doing and how we should really address the lack of belonging and the othering that's happening in our communities, how can we, the work that we do is so incredible. The work that our communities is doing is so incredible, but young people, opportunity youth, face various intersecting barriers almost. And so they're facing a number of barriers that often are hard to address all of them. And so this is more of a question, I guess, for the anchor partners out there, but how can you scale and how can you practice this targeted universalism and try to really, I guess, cater the different needs of opportunity youth when they're facing such intersecting barriers?
Again, thanks for the question. So in most cases, especially when you're working with quote-unquote marginalized or underserved populations, there are not enough resources. And oftentimes there are several communities. And I'll give you a concrete example. We work with a foundation in California, and it decided, looked at the data, and it saw that black babies were dying sudden infant death is what they called it, at 5 times the level of white babies. 5 times. Latino babies were dying at 3 times the rate as their white counterpart. Now I want you to just think about this and let this sink in for a minute. The major cause of the death was the babies were sleeping with their mother, and the mother would roll over at night and suffocate them. Now, I have 3 children. I can't imagine the horror of waking up in the morning and your 2-month-old baby is dead, and you realize you rolled over and suffocated them. And so the foundation decided that they were going to invest in this, and one of the investments was going to give counseling, but also give parents cribs so the babies wouldn't sleep with the mother. But they didn't have enough money for all the groups, and they had been exposed to targeted universalism, and so they decided they would give all the money to the black community. But then there was a controversy, and they asked me to come back and talk to them. And I advised them not to do that. I advised them to give a disproportionate amount of money to the black community, but to also give money to the Latino community and the white community. And after some deliberation, that's what they decided to do. Now, this was actually a happy story, because once they did that, the larger community, when they became aware of the problem, poured money in, and they were able to fully serve all the communities. But the first part of what they did in terms of giving money in different proportions to different groups was to say, we can't completely solve the problem, but every group matters. That's what was being communicated, that every group matters. If they'd given all the money to the black group, then the Latino community and the white community would feel like we don't count. And that would actually create breaking. That would actually fracture. But once it was clear that everybody mattered, but not the same, then something happened. And just as a footnote, maybe more than a footnote, we may not have enough money, we may not have enough housing, but we're never short on dignity. How do we treat every group with dignity and bring them to the table to help with those decisions as to we don't have enough, but we value your input, we value you, you help us make these decisions. So there are different ways of distributing things even when you don't have enough material goods.
Check, check. Oh, there we go. Thank you. I think that's really important, and I think especially for our communities, you highlighted, how more money flooded into that community, and so that's the importance of partnerships and how when you are bringing and attempting this targeted universalism, you're able to bring along partners and provide dignity, like you mentioned, for all. So that's really incredible. Lata, I'd love to turn to you now. You touched on it really briefly on the, Prudential's amazing work in investing in young people and opportunity youth in particular. Maybe, you touched on it a little bit, but maybe dive in a little bit deeper on probably one, what's your best success story in a programming that you guys did? What is a program that you think has been most impactful, maybe for you personally? That wasn't, again, apologies. I'm changing the questions up on you guys, but I'd love to hear, because there's the big numbers. It is big numbers, but what do you think has been most impactful for you and you even feel personally really successful for? Yeah.
Thanks for the question. So this work started about 10 years ago, and Tim Cross is here in the room, and he was a part of this, and my colleague Sarah, and myself and some other colleagues. And Prudential's had a long-term partnership with Youth Build, a youth opportunity youth serving organization around the world. And they train young people in the construction trades, among other things. We have at Prudential a real estate business, both a development investment business and a development business. So we're building very large things, assets, hotels, and other things around the world. We work with the largest real estate developers and contractors. In conversations with Tim, we were talking about, how do we help young people with that last mile? They're graduating from Youth Build in large numbers. The program's very successful. How do we help them get a job? We have a platform to do that. And so, long story short, we partnered Youth Build with that real estate business on 3 continents now. We're in South America, North America, and in Europe as well. And it's been an amazing story. So yes, young people are getting jobs, and that was absolutely the goal. But what's been really incredible to see is the impact it's had on our colleagues within Prudential and the young people who we're working with, because honestly, a lot of people went into it as, our employers are going to mentor the young people and are going to help them understand what it's like to work in jobs in real estate and work in corporate America. And what happened is, not surprising to anybody in this room, there's been incredible two-way learning. It's created senses of community and inclusion and belonging within Prudential, within that business, but it's expanded beyond. They're taking it home to their families and their communities, and the young people have had a tremendous experience as well and have benefited from, again, interactions with my corporate colleagues. And so that has been one of the, I think, highlights for me.
That's incredible. Thank you for sharing, and I think we know Youth Build well, and so I think that's amazing to see how it's impacted you and your colleagues, and you've seen the difference in their lives as well. Ovi, I'll turn it over to you. Sometimes, a lot of times, and we even had a conversation about this, John, last night, but a lot of times when we're talking about this work, we're saying, how do we equip the young people to be prepared for the jobs and prepared for the work? But the inverse of that is also true. How do we prepare the organizations to really, be ready to accept the young people and to create, as you were saying at the start, John, make a space that is not only inclusive, where everyone belongs. It's not just their space. It's not just their workplace where you're a guest, but you're actually belonging. And so, Ovi, I want to turn to you as the young person on this panel. What do you think organizations should do to make the space, to belong in that space? Yeah.
So yeah, talking about it, जैसे मैंने पहले कहा, सारे यूथ की वो आप वॉइसेस सुनो, सबके एक्सपीरियंसेस अलग अलग होंगे, तो उनको आप अपने पॉलिसीज़ में इंक्लूड कर दीजिए और पॉलिसीज़ ऐसे बनाइए कि जो कि नॉन डिस्क्रिमिनेटरी हो, जो कि किसी भी मार्जिनलाइज्ड कम्युनिटी या फिर ऑप्रेस्ड कम्युनिटी के खिलाफ ना जाए या फिर किसी क्वेयर कम्युनिटी के खिलाफ भी ना जाए. और हमें चाहिए एक अच्छा सपोर्ट सिस्टम, मेंटरिंग सपोर्ट, जहाँ पर हमें बताया जाए कि हमें हमारे लिए क्या अच्छा है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे हमारे एक्सक्लूडेड यूथ्स हैं जिन्हें पता नहीं, जो रूरल एरिया से हो सकते हैं, तो हमें नहीं पता कि हमें क्या करना है. हमें चाहिए मेंटरिंग और मेंटल हेल्थ काउंसलिंग भी चाहिए. और बात आती है जब रिप्रेजेंटेशन की, कहाँ है हमारे रिप्रेजेंटेशन? हम बात करते हैं रिप्रेजेंटेशन की, तो उसमें हम रिजर्वेशन की भी बात करेंगे. यहाँ पर पूरे ऑडिटोरियम में मुझे लगता है शायद मैं ही एक ट्रांस वुमन हूँ. है कोई और? ओके, लेट मी से रेशियो कितना है? 2 है पूरे GOYN में. रिप्रेजेंटेशन तो बहुत कम है ना. आप हमारा रिप्रेजेंटेशन ही नहीं लेंगे, हमारे ओपिनियंस ही नहीं जानेंगे, हमारे एक्सपीरियंसेस नहीं जानेंगे, आप अपने एयर कंडीशन रूम्स में बैठेंगे, हमारे लिए पॉलिसीज ड्राफ्ट करेंगे, तो ऐसा नहीं चलेगा. हमें चाहिए आपका थैंक यू. हमें चाहिए कि आप हमारे लिए ग्राउंड वर्क करें, जो कि हम कर रहे हैं. हमारे पॉलिसी मेकर्स, सॉरी बट मुझे नहीं लगता कि यहाँ पर कहने की सही बात है, पर मैं एक इंडियन हूँ, मुझे पता है मेरे देश की हालत क्या है, मुझे पता है मेरी ट्रांस कम्युनिटी की हालत क्या है. हमारे लिए आप ग्राउंड वर्क नहीं करते, हमारे सिर्फ आपको वोट्स चाहिए. वोट्स लेने के बाद हमें आपको हमारा सपोर्ट चाहिए, हमारे लिए आप क्या काम करेंगे, हम आप जब आपसे पूछने आएंगे कि बाबा हमारा रिजर्वेशन कहाँ है, वेयर इज आवर रिजर्वेशन, वी हैव टू एक्सप्लेन यू व्हाई वी नीड आवर रिजर्वेशन. Why? Because we are socially excluded since centuries. This is a feudalistic system we are living in. This is a very patriarchal society. हम जब हमारे घर से निकलते हैं, हमें रोज डिस्क्रिमिनेशन फेस करना पड़ता है. Every day we have to go through the same thing. And हमें हमारा ह्यूमन बीइंग, हम ह्यूमन है, ये रोज प्रूव करना पड़ रहा है. इसलिए हमें चाहिए हमारा रिप्रेजेंटेशन, उसके लिए चाहिए हमें रिजर्वेशंस. और बात आती है, थैंक यू, और ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस एक और काम कर सकते हैं कि जेंडर सेंसिटिविटी की ट्रेनिंग दे, कल्चरल अवेयरनेस की ट्रेनिंग दे. इससे होगा कि हमारे लिए एम्पैथी और बढ़ेंगी लोगों के बीच में, और हम अपने घर से निकल सकेंगे काम करने के लिए. आपको पता है हमारे खिलाफ एक सिस्टमिक डिस्क्रिमिनेशन क्या होता है. पीपल आर कंफर्टेबल सीइंग अस बेगिंग ऑन स्ट्रीट्स एंड डूइंग सेक्स वर्क एट नाइट, बट दे आर नॉट कंफर्टेबल. वो हमें अपने कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर देख नहीं सकते. ये हमारी ग्राउंड रियलिटी है, ये हमारी हार्श रियलिटी है. इसके खिलाफ इसलिए हमारे साथ डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होता है आज भी. आज भी इस 4 वॉल्स के बाहर जब मैं निकलती हूँ, कोई मुझे लॉ स्टूडेंट नहीं देखता, कोई मुझे एज ए सोशल वर्कर नहीं देखता, कोई भी मुझे एज ए इंडिविजुअल या फिर ह्यूमन बीइंग नहीं देखता. लोग मुझे देखते हैं तो बस एक ट्रांसजेंडर देखते हैं जो कि हु इज़ नॉट वर्थ ऑफ डूइंग एनीथिंग. ये है हमारा एक सोसाइटल माइंडसेट, ये हमारी ग्राउंड रियलिटी. हम ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस काम कर सकते हैं एक्सेस देने के लिए हमें अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ के लिए, सो दैट वी कैन ऑल्सो हैव आवर रिस्पेक्ट एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ फॉर टैंजिबल ग्रोथ. आई डोंट से इक्वालिटी, बट वी वांट इक्विटी. जितना हमारे रेशियो है, आप उतना रिजर्वेशन दो हमें. आप हमारी आवाज़ तो सुनो, हमें क्या चाहिए वो आप हमारे साथ मिलकर काम तो करो. आपको बस अपने रूम में बैठना है और कुछ सिर्फ अपने मन से करना है. जब मैंने बात कहा इंक्लूसिव पॉलिसीज़ के बारे में, तो हम हमारी भारतीय न्याय संहिता, जो कि हमारा लेटेस्ट पीनल कोड है, विच वॉज सपोज टू बी प्रोग्रेसिव, बट इट्स क्वाइट रिग्रेसिव अगेंस्ट द ट्रांस कम्युनिटी, बिकॉज उसमें हमारे खिलाफ रेप इज़ नॉट अ रेप. इट इज़ नॉट इवन कंसिडर्ड एज अ रेप अगेंस्ट ट्रांसजेंडर पर्सन्स एंड मेल्स. तो एनीवन कैन, माफ़ कीजिए मुझे बोलना नहीं चाहिए, हमारा रेप भी हो जाए तो दैट पर्सन कैन गेट अलॉन्ग विथ इट. तो ये है हमारी ग्राउंड रियलिटी, हार्श रियलिटी. इसके लिए हम सबको मिलकर काम करना पड़ेगा. इंडीड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सब साथ मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं. कोई अलाइड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस है, इंक्लूसिव ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस है, सोसाइटल एटीट्यूड शिफ्ट हो रहे हैं. बट इसके लिए हमें और ज़्यादा हमारी प्रॉब्लम्स की, वी हैव टू एक्नॉलेज आवर प्रॉब्लम्स, और उसके साथ हमें काम करना पड़ेगा. सो दैट्स व्हाट आई वांट टू से ऑन इट. थैंक यू.
Do you all understand why she's my favorite now? Thank you, Ovi. Thank you for using your voice and using this space. I'm really glad that we have you here. And so I think that's really important because, like you said, often it's just young people are asked things, but it's very tokenistic, and transgender young people especially. And so I think it's beautiful that you not only are a part of the YAG, but you're a leader in the YAG, and being able to advocate for your fellow, for your friends and people within your community. So thank you for that. I think I'll turn to you, John and Lata, as leaders of very large organizations and institutions. You know, listening to Ovi and what she just said, what are some of the biggest challenges you all are facing in fostering these spaces of belonging without othering, and how can you overcome them if you're able to, and so maybe some solutions or strategies you guys have worked on to overcome really this in it's such a large institution like academia or like corporate sector.
Well, I think part of it is, so first of all, thanks for the question and thanks for sharing. So one thing comes to mind before I get to the question. There's a friend of mine named Claude Steele. He wrote a book called Whistling Vivaldi. And what the book is about, Vivaldi is classical Western music. And what he says is what blacks sometimes do when they are in situations where they're in extreme minorities, they're the only black person there, they whistle Western classical music to try to put the white counterpart at ease, to try to signal to them that they're the right kind of black, if you will. And the book is about something called stereotype threat. And he says when a marginalized group is in a setting where they're the only one or two, there's a stereotype threat. And that part of that threat can only be overcome by increasing the numbers. So that Obi's, as she said, the only trans woman here, maybe one other, the numbers themselves can create a threat, that you need a critical mass. And he talks about what a critical mass is. So part of it is just understanding that even as important as having Avi here, maybe whoever else, what's the critical mass? And I won't go into more details with that. But we do have a fairly large organization, and in the summer we hire summer interns, anywhere from 15 to 20. And we're in Berkeley. And we all have blind spots. We miss things, not intentionally, we don't necessarily have hostility, but we just don't think about things. So we may not think about, in this case, we had gone for years without hiring anyone who was visibly disabled. And Berkeley is called the Disabled Center of the country. That is, we have more disabled people in the Berkeley area almost than any other place in the country. And we have good people, we have great people. Some of them are here with us today. And my managers were saying, we can't find them. You know what I'm saying? We're here at Berkeley. There are more disabled. Just walk out on the streets. They're everywhere, right? And we advertise. We go through the whole process. And we never hired one. And so finally, I said, no more hiring. We wouldn't hire anybody until we addressed that problem. And first of all, people were a little bit hurt because they felt like I was saying that they were discriminatory, that they were biased. And I wasn't making a personal attack, but I was saying structurally, institutionally, we weren't delivering. We needed to do something different. And we changed that. But they had to push people. So sometimes we want to make change, both structural change and other change, you have to have very clear outcomes that you're pushing for. And I think in doing that, it's really important to send a message, two messages, right? That this is necessary and right on one hand, and it's not shaming anyone. We're not saying the managers were bad, that they were, but the situation was bad. So I think that's those two pieces, right? To have very clear outcomes. And sometimes you only get that clarity by making sure you have the right people involved. We do have, probably again because it's Berkeley, we have more trans people involved normally at the Institute than we have disabled people. But the question is, how do you make sure everybody's at the table in numbers so that they can have an effective voice? The last thing I'll say, Gabrielle, is this, is that what Claude is saying is that when you only have a token, you don't have the ingredients to have an effective voice. Having just one person from a marginalized community is not enough for that person. There's too much weight on that person. They can't really perform. So one of the things you do with critical mass is to make sure that you have enough voices so the persons can be as effective as they might otherwise be.
One of our biggest challenges in the belonging work that we do are macro forces. So whether it's the political environment or just markets or other things, we're again, a corporate entity. We are a highly regulated business. We're in financial services, regulated by multiple countries in every state in the United States. And so I'll just give you a quick example. In 1 week, we got letters from half of the attorneys general in the US, so half of the highest ranking attorneys at the state level, saying you cannot engage in, they were calling it DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion work. The next couple of days later, we got letters from the other half saying you have to engage in this work, do not stop doing this work. So that happens on a regular basis where we're getting conflicting, right, push and pull. What has enabled us to move through that is our purpose as a company, which has been the greatest tool for us to create a sense of belonging that we have. And we created this purpose by involving everybody. When you were talking earlier about, right, co-creation, and you can't just hand it to somebody. So this was a company-wide effort to create a statement that became our North Star as a company. And so we ultimately want to be able to serve more people in more places with financial services. And we need everybody to feel like we see them and like they belong as our customer, as our client. And so that purpose is everything. Everything emanates from that.
Thank you, John and Lata, and I appreciate very tangible examples. That's really important for us in our work. Ovi, I'll come back to you. We were talking earlier, and you were mentioning how you've kind of found a place of belonging within a group of people. And so I'd love to hear personally for you, what has, created or helped you feel the strongest sense of belonging as a trans woman, as an activist, as a social worker. You have multiple, pieces of you, of identities, beautiful identities. And so maybe, share what has helped you feel a sense of belonging here in this space with your community in Pune.
So one of the most important thing is that I found good people in my community who shared similar experiences as of mine, जिन्होंने मुझे गाइड किया, जिन्होंने मुझे कम्युनिटी के बारे में रियलिटी बताई, जिनके साथ मिलकर मैंने काम किया. So they were like my gurus. उनकी वजह से ही मुझे इंस्पिरेशन मिली, उनकी वजह से ही मुझे हिम्मत मिली थी. And the other important thing that कि ऐसी एक स्पेस मिली मुझे जहाँ पर मैं मुझे खुल के एक्सप्रेस कर पाऊँ, राइट. और आप सबका जो प्यार होता है ना हमारे लिए, दैट्स अ वेरी इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग. हमारा वॉइस रिकॉग्नाइज करने के लिए ना, आपको मैं बताती हूँ, हमें बोला ही अदर्स जाता है, तो हम बिलोंगिंग की एक्सपेक्टेशन ही किससे करें. गवर्नमेंट हमें अदर्स के कैटेगरी में डाल देती है, तो हमें ट्रू सेंस ऑफ बिलोंगिंग कहाँ से आएगी. It's people like you, people like GOYN, the communities, my trans community who share similar experiences with me, give me a sense of belonging. And obviously there are some institutions who have inclusive policies, be it marginalized community or oppressed communities or trans individuals or even disabilities. Even disability people have reservation for that say, but trans people don't really have any reservations. So, and being given chance to express myself on such a platform is one of the big things that I could get. And speaking about how organizations could do more better is, जैसे कि मैंने पहले भी कहा कि हमारे voices सुनो, सबके अलग अलग experience है, सबके diverse voices है, तो सबके लिए आपको cater करना है, आपको सबके needs पे ध्यान देना है. फिर आती है एक equity के साथ बढ़ना. मैं जैसे एक trans woman हूँ, मेरे लिव्ड एक्सपीरियंसेस अलग है बाकी सारे मार्जिनलाइज्ड यूथ से. बाकियों को इतना ज़्यादा डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं फेस करना पड़ा जितना मुझे करना पड़ा है. तो आप मेरे लिए भी कुछ, मैं नहीं कह रही कि बहुत ज़्यादा कुछ अलग करो, बट मुझे इंक्लूड करो. आप जो भी कर रहे हो उसमें इंक्लूड करो और मुझे एक एक्सेस दो. मेरी कम्युनिटी बहुत ऑप्रेस तो है ही, मार्जिनलाइज तो है ही, हमें बहुत यंग एज में घर से बाहर भी निकाला जाता है, बिकॉज आइसोलेशन में रखा जाता है हमें, एक सोसाइटल आइसोलेशन विच व्हाट कैन आई से, बहुत सेंचुरीज ओल्ड है. हमारे यहाँ पर देयर इज़ अ हिजरा कम्युनिटी, एवरी इंडियन मस्ट बी अवेयर ऑफ. तो एवरी ट्रांस वुमन इज़ नॉट अ हिजरा पर्सन, ओके. तो एवरी ट्रांस वुमन को हिजरा पर्सन कंसिडर करते हैं. उन्हें हर सिस्टमिक डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, जैसे मैंने कहा था, हम आपको ठीक है मेरे कॉलेज में मैं आपको लूँगी, एडमिशन दूंगी, बट आई विल मेक श्योर कि आप यहाँ पर टिक नहीं पाओगे. हम इतना आपको डिस्क्रिमिनेट करेंगे, हम आपके खिलाफ इतना कुछ कहेंगे कि आप यहाँ पर टिक ही नहीं पाओगे और आप खुद छोड़ दोगे. पीपल से दैट वाई डोंट ट्रांस पीपल वर्क लाइक अ रेगुलर ह्यूमन बींग. डू यू गिव अस अपॉर्चुनिटी टू वर्क? Do you create a safe space where we could discuss our opinions with you, where we could share our thoughts with you, where we could have access? नहीं होता ये. And that's why most of us are forced into begging and prostitution. And that's what we are supposed to change now. So thank you. That's what I want to say.
Thank you all. Okay, so I think that's actually an amazing way to end because I'm getting the signal. I really want to thank you all, and especially you, Ovi, for your courage and your strength to be here today, and just also to speak. So Ovi has learned Hindi over the last 2 years, actually. She speaks Marathi. And so she actually is speaking not even in her mother tongue, she is speaking in the second language and the third language she's learned. And so please give a round of applause for Ovi, as well as our other panelists. Unfortunately, unfortunately, I don't think we have time for audience Q&A. I'm looking at Zaina Amruta. No, okay. Unfortunately, we do not have time for audience Q&A. I will say, if you do have questions, please email me. I think everyone here has my email. I'm saying you can email me, and I can relay questions, and maybe we can continue this conversation. Again, thank you all, panelists, first and foremost, for this really heartfelt, important conversation that we're having. And thank you, audience, for engaging, for listening to this amazing keynote, and also listening to these amazing women. I told Ovi that I'm very happy because the power dynamics here I'm enjoying, having 3 women on stage right now. And so, I just want to thank you all. And I think I will hand it over to the MCs so that we can transition to the next part of our agenda. So thank you all again.
Hello. So with this, we come to a beautiful day. We come to an end to a beautiful day. And post this, we have coffee waiting for you. We have 2 things planned. One is a networking session. Those who have received the emails will go forward with the networking session. And for everyone else, we have coffee. And we can talk to each other, get to know each other better over coffee. So yes, please, thank you so much for being a lovely audience, and I hope you're happy.